we've got a pretty full agenda tonight, but I suspect most of the folks here tonight are here for the first agenda item. So we're going to go ahead and get started. If we could have a thought or invocation from Commissioner Gardner.
Yes.
And we'll follow that with Vice Chair Green leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I will give a invocation. So, our dear Father in heaven, we bow before thee this evening, and we thank thee for this opportunity to meet in the community and discuss projects. Father, bless us that we may have open minds and listen to the comments. Bless us that we may be able to discuss rationally the things that are placed before us. And these things we pray for humbly in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
You'll please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
We're just like, now, I mean, really, I'll get big. You're going with that.
Okay, well, it looks like we've got all of the commission members in attendance tonight. And first thing we'd like to do on the consent agenda is have consideration and action to approve the October 1st, 2025 Planning Commission meeting minutes. Did everyone have a chance to take a look at those? Were there any changes that?
Having reviewed those, I'd like to move that we approve the October 1st, 2025 Planning Commission meeting minutes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, are there any ex parte communications or conflicts of interest to disclose tonight on any of the items? So because there are going to be a number of people here tonight who would like to tell us their thoughts, and we would like to give everybody a chance to be heard tonight. We are going to kind of cover some of the rules of the meeting tonight for public comments during the meeting. Time is made available for anyone in the audience to address the commission concerning matters pertaining to city business. Citizens will be asked to limit their remarks or questions to 5 minutes each. Any materials that are displayed or referenced, such as pictures or written materials, are part of the record and must be left with the commission. Speakers are required to have signed in at the door and will state their name and their city that they reside in before beginning their remarks. If you agree with a previous speaker, state your agreement to avoid repetitious comments. Speakers shall address the commission from the podium or microphone and shall address all comments to the Planning Commission. So at this time, we usually open the floor for public comments for items that are not on the agenda. But I just want to remind everybody that during each agenda item, if you could hold your comments for that particular item during the public hearing or the comment period, that will help us really focus on the item that we're talking about. So are there any public comments for items that are not on the agenda tonight? Thank you. So let's go ahead and start with our first item, which is a legislative item. And I want to just reiterate that for legislative items, we as the Planning Commission are not the final decision makers. We are going to make recommendation to the City Council. And so I encourage you for your items, when it goes to the City Council, I don't know which date, which City Council meeting each of these items will be presented on, but I encourage you and urge you really to go and present your thoughts to them as well before a final decision is made. So the first item is going to be a public hearing, consideration and recommendation regarding a legislative amendment to consider rezoning property at approximately 715 East, 2100 North from rural residential, RE20, to a small lot residential, R15, multifamily residential, R4, and a neighborhood commercial zone. I just wanted to point out that I think this was originally posted by the city with an error that it was 715 West, but the actual address is 715 East. And our presenter tonight on this will be Ryan Nunn, the city planner.
Thank you, Commissioner Nancaro. So this application is for a rezone. It's for a lot that is approximately 14.5 acres. It is currently in the RE20 rural residential, which is can be used for residential and agricultural uses. The applicant is requesting to do a mixed use or mixed zone for a few uses, the small lot residential, multifamily, and then a proposed neighborhood commercial. I would add that our neighborhood commercial zone would require further text amendments to add regulations for that type of use, where we've received guidance from City Council to look more into neighborhood commercials. We will need to have that text amendment at a future date. But the part of the application is the applicant would like to have that be considered as part of this rezone. So for the planning commission members to consider, our general plan does have guidelines for rezones. In the staff report, specifically, things to consider are how this mixing of uses will look in the area. So in the surrounding zoning uses, we see other R15s, small lot zones, our R18 zone to the south, across 2100, and then to the north of this is our R-2 zone. And all of these allow for some of our more smaller single families lots. The R2 allows for twin style homes and lots as well. The other thing to consider is the transitioning of the area. So part of this development would include building Monroe Boulevard, which is one of our major collector streets, a full 80-foot right-of-way. And the concept plan is proposing that R4 zone along Monroe, and then transitioning into those more small lot residential R15 uses. This would would be ideal for Monroe to reduce those driveways that come with single family zone and allow for it to be that collector street. And then as well, it opens up the opportunity to keep some open space that you can see on the concept proposed with some detention and park space along the canal. To allow for and then the staff basically recommends that we conduct our public hearing, consider those comments, and make the recommendation to City Council. Staff does recommend approval of the rezone due to its adherence to our general plan guidelines. And that's, I'm happy to take any questions you have for me. And then we do have our applicant here who I think we should give some time to present as well.
Okay. I have a couple of questions, but I can wait till after the applicant because they might be more for him.
I think it's a good way to go.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to open a public hearing and request that the applicant come forward and present. Thank you.
Planning Chair, Planning Commission, thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. We are grateful to be here and appreciate the turnout. I think it says a lot about North Ogden City,
Sir,
your
can you
residents.
state your name?
Sorry, my name is Chase Freebairn, and I represent Cole West, a Centerville-based developer, home builder, address 610 North, 800 West, Centerville, Utah, 84014. Planning Chair and Planning Commission, again, thank you. Like I said, we were expecting a good turnout. This is obviously a good turnout, and some, and we appreciate that. I think it says a lot about your city, because frankly, a lot of cities we go into and have these kinds of discussions and applications don't have that quite same involvement. So kudos to everyone that lives in North Ogden. It's a beautiful place, a special place that's not lost on us. We appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight. Want to just a quick overview and thank you, Ryan, for your quick analysis and kind of just overview of the project. There's no question that Monroe Boulevard is slated to go here, whether that's through our project or a different developer's project or somebody somehow someday is going to have to put Monroe Boulevard in. We know that's an eventuality, and it just is the reality of this transportation master plan that's been on the books now for some time and even part of your general plan. And so that is an 80-foot wide right of way. And one thing, when we first approached staff about this property and first introduced this item, one thing that they mentioned to us that was important was to do a 10-foot wide trail with a landscape buffer, just provide kind of some more width for a jogging trail, some additional city right-of-way that could be, jogging, walking your dog. It just allows for some, not your small traditional 4.5-foot sidewalk, a nice 10-foot wide asphalt path that would be a nice amenity for the community. So we understand that, this is an interesting time that we're in, and housing affordability is a crisis that affects all of us in different ways. And we are proposing that this housing project, made up of 80 townhomes and 25 single-family cottages, these would all be for sale, new construction, high-quality architecture. These, to be clear, are not going to be quote-unquote affordable housing units in the sense that this isn't 80% AMI or Section 8 housing. That's not what this is. However, it is more attainable housing. And I have to think of people like my parents and people like my grandparents who, when they get to a certain age, you can't maintain a half-acre lot in 5,000 square feet. And there is a place for someone in our community that wants more of a maintenance-free lifestyle, or those that have grown up in North Ogden and want to come back to North Ogden because it is such a great place to live. I know I have a lot of family and friends that connected to this city, and they all love it. And I think in a perfect world, they'd have their children move back here. And the fact that all of us do have children, makes it so that we have to make room, and we have to make room for a place to live. And we understand that comes with change and growth, and change and growth is hard. It is hard to see change. I think if I had it my way, I'd live up against the Tetons on 40 acres and, but it's not the reality. And we have children, we have kids, they need a place to live and go to school. And so this is the natural progression of growth in Utah and the Wasatch Front. And I understand that comes with some consternation. We do care what the neighbors have to say. We do care what our residents, have planned to say tonight. And we do actually incorporate a lot of comments that come from public opinion and public comment into our project. And so this isn't a rubber stamp meeting. This is, I think multiple parties coming together, multiple stakeholders coming together to try to find the right balance of growth. And obviously, we don't always start right away at the right spot and how that needs to be. So we are committed to this. We're committed to helping solve more attainable housing issues in this area. I think we should have our children. If you grew up in North Ogden, you should be able to afford a place here. If you're a firefighter, you should be able to afford a place here. If you're a police officer, you shouldn't have to commute from Tremont every day to be a police officer in North Ogden City. So I think there is something to be said of more attainable, high quality housing options for everybody. Traffic and safety is always a question that's brought up. We have children too. We live in communities too. And traffic and safety usually is almost always up there as one of the top concerns. And we understand that loud and clear. We would work with, the city engineer, city staff on the appropriate balance for parking, traffic. That would all be done through the preliminary plat process and, any traffic studies if necessary. Public benefits, again, this is a kind of a buffer zone. And really this is buffering some density up against Monroe Boulevard as it goes west. And, kind of Plan 101, you don't put 1 acre lots or half acre lots or third acre lots up against a busy road. You don't build a $2 million house next to a freeway or highway. And so that's usually where higher density goes, next to some of the bigger roads in any city. And so, an 80-foot right of way that one day may have increased traffic as it connects to the heart of Ogden. This isn't going to be quite what it was. And so, townhomes is an appropriate use next to an 80-foot wide road that could be very busy in the future. But our biggest argument here is that this does fit the general plan. As staff has mentioned, this is consistent with your own general plan. The single family cottages that are proposed, it's the same zoning that exists just to the west across the street. So this isn't a zoning code from Mars. This is actually zoning that's on your books today, and we're offering more for sale homes. And we totally respect those who are in disagreement and those who have come here to oppose, and that is their right, and we respect that. And we are just grateful to be here in North Ogden City and engage with you and welcome any questions you may have.
I am curious. So you mentioned the 10-foot wide. Oh, sorry. You mentioned the 10-foot wide trail as part of like a public amenity.
Correct.
Also part of this project, if I'm understanding correctly, is the continuation of Monroe and you guys putting that in and financially being responsible for that.
Correct.
Is there any consideration to a sidewalk on the 2100 North, like your development putting something like that in? And I'm just trying to get a list of benefits that you'd be willing to provide. Because there has been some feedback on lack of sidewalk when it comes to getting down to Green Acre Elementary, et cetera. Is that something that's been considered?
Absolutely. I think it's kind of the natural path of growth is that if you're on a major corridor and you're developing, you're going to install any developments that would benefit the community along with it. Whether that's the standard 4.5-foot sidewalk, obviously that would be required no matter what. But we're more than happy to accommodate something wider, similar to what's on Monroe, a 10-foot wide asphalt trail, get kids a little farther, maybe a big park strip, plant some trees, get kids farther away from 2100 North. And yeah, everybody should be able to walk to school and their kids walk to school in safety and not have to worry about falling in a ditch or getting hit by a car.
And then my second question is just, you mentioned a traffic study. We've heard from some of the public via email about that already. Is that something that you guys are planning on like paying for and having done as part of this development?
Correct. Yes. At this point of the process, it's not something that has been required for us to make application, but it is always something in my mind that I knew we were going to have to do at some point. But I can't go pay for it and commission a study until I have a little more detail on what the Planning Commission, Council are ultimately going to be okay with our plan. I don't want to do 5 traffic studies. I'd rather just do 1 or 2 at most. So it is important to us, and we do take those traffic studies seriously, as do our engineers.
Question regarding the neighborhood commercial
Yes.
property. As you looked at that, is there a minimum size of lot that you were looking at that, because this seems awful small, that
Yeah.
would make it feasible to build?
Sure. No, it's a great question. And I'm not familiar with what the city's intent is necessarily on the commercial side at this intersection. I will say that as you get off of Washington and kind of head east, it is more of the bedroom community, and commercial is less and less viable the farther east of Washington you go. And so that doesn't mean it can't work. I mean, I know there's an assisted living center on 2100 North. Maybe could it be a dentist office or something similar, but it's not going to be, I don't think it's intended to be a Maverick or 7-Eleven or anything like that. I think if anything, it would be a local community office. Maybe it's your local CPA or your mortgage consultant or somebody that, needs a place and that is close by. And frankly, commercial is not really viable here in the sense that we're not going to, there's no profit motive for us on the commercial side. We're kind of providing it as a token, frankly. And we're not even assessing a value to it because the residential units have to carry the value of that commercial parcel. Now, it'll still sell, it'll still get built, a commercial use will be there, but I think we're open to changing that if the city thinks of a different use that seems better, or, if you want to expand it to accommodate a different use, we can look at that.
I do have one more question before you sit down or before anyone else has questions. So are you guys the property owners or you're just representing the property owner?
So I represent Cole West, who is under contract with the landowner, the current landowner, the Randall family. Families actually own the land, I want to say 175 years now, 3 generations. And so they've been farming this either themselves or through, outsourced farmers now for 3 generations. So this is still owned by the Randall family.
Okay. And that brings me to my question. Was there any conversation about a conservation easement that could provide us with more open space in these last remaining agriculture pockets in North Ogden? Do you know if that was ever something the family maybe considered or is brought up?
Yeah, I mean, I think like a lot of legacy families that have owned legacy parcels in cities, and these aren't families that are these are families that have put in a lot of blood, sweat, and tears in these farms, and they've worked hard over generations. And I think their desire to finally cash out and distribute if there's a death in the family, which there has been, and that's their right. Whether it's me or someone else, someone's going to come and knock on their door and say, "Hey, we'd like to develop," and that's certainly their right. We are open to preserving open space. Open space is crucial. It is important to every development we do. And almost every development you see along the Wasatch Front that's new has some component of pocket parks or trails or playgrounds. And like I said, we have a profit motive and there's nothing wrong with that, but we also know kids like to play in playgrounds and people like to live in a nice place where there's trees and grass. So, not in the sense of a conservation easement, but preserving open space, yes.
Thank you.
I've got one question before we let you go. I don't know how far along the schematic drawings are, but with the creek going through their property, what are the proposed setbacks and, what are the requirements? This may be an answer from the city as well. But I'm just wondering what the buffer is from some of these buildings.
Sure. It's a great question. It is a canal, and I'm trying to remember the name. It's North Ogden Canal, is it? It is North
And
Ogden
not to
Canal.
cut you off, is it getting buried? Is it staying as is?
So typically in this type of scenario, we can entertain a number of options. Cost is also a huge part of that. And, we also are being asked to improve all of Monroe Boulevard on our frontage. So depending on what our resources are like, I'd love to frankly pipe it and put a trail over it if I could. But at the same time, it's also not our canal. And we own the property it's on. They have an easement on it. It's still their right. We could reroute it. We could fence it off. There's a number of things that could be done.
You're open to options.
We're open to options
And you're open to leaving it roughly as is with some sort of,
with some type of fence or sealed off. We don't want kids or dogs or anyone getting into a canal that they shouldn't be into.
do you know what the setback is?
I don't offhand. Typically, I've seen projects where people's backyards go right up to the back of it. But I'm not familiar with this, if this is a city ordinance.
Yeah, there really isn't one. So private property owner, like ownership through Legacy and Legacy North, the ownership goes right up to the canal. As far as structure setback from it, in accessory structures, we've just looked at it as another parcel. So we've, minor structures 3 feet off the property line, larger structures meeting whatever the backyard or rear side or front yard requirement is there, depending on the zone.
Was there discussion of a trail along?
Yeah.
And the trail would be a great buffer, at least on one side with, preserving the canal going through. It just kind of looks lovely there. And then for the commercial parcel, neighborhood, commercial, who knows what's going to go there. Does the city ensure that, parking and things like that, the size of a building on that parcel, how much is left for vehicular access and parking?
So there would be a requirement there for the parking dependent on the use, and commercial on Monroe, really anywhere but Monroe and one of the major east-west connectors like 2100 North, which will ultimately connect Washington Boulevard to Mountain Road, same as 1700 North stops at Fruitland Drive. There's a little triangle there, but 2100 being a critical east-west connector. And in response to the council's discussion with the Planning Commission and the Planning Commission's interest in community commercial, and the follow-up with our flash vote results where majority of people in North Ogden had supported community commercial. This was sort of a first blush effort at one of those locations. So it's been considered in the general plan for the last 4 years. While I've been here, it's been talked about several times. So this is sort of in response to a number of comments.
Okay.
Regarding half an acre for a commercial site, it probably would be, like you said, a title office, a small dental office, something that'd be pretty low level use.
Okay, and then just one more and I'll be done. The right of way for Monroe looks like it's wider as it goes past the commercial parcel in the first 2 streets of townhomes, and then it narrows down.
That's just a function of where it aligns through the Barker Farm. So it came through Randall and then it goes east a little bit and aligns up through Barker Farm. The city owns significant right-of-way purchased about 10 years ago along the entirety of Monroe with a few missing chunks and pieces. So in this case, the Randalls at that time had not sold any right-of-way, but the Barkers did. And so the Barkers sold a little sliver of it, and this kind of aligns, it picks up that roadway alignment along the Barker piece. So it doesn't narrow as much as the property dedication that's the responsibility of the Randall parcel shrinks because the Barkers have already dedicated a portion of it. The road itself
That
remains at
comes
80
on
feet wide.
on the east side.
Uh-huh.
It has just a little meander.
Yep.
Okay.
Does anybody else have any questions for the applicant? Well, we would like to, perhaps after some of the comments, you might want to address some of the questions that
For
they
sure.
have. So we'd like to
Okay.
have the opportunity.
Thank you.
to-
Yeah, I'll take notes and let the folks
Thank you,
here
Mr.
talk.
Freeman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, at this time, this is a public hearing, so we would like to get some comments from some of the attendees here. So I don't know how we decide who goes first, but sir, in the blue shirt, you raised your hand. Would you like to go first? Oh. Come on up, ma'am.
We do ask that you, let's just probably.
And I just want to remind everybody, if you're saying essentially the same thing, if you could, we've got a lot of people here tonight. We want to hear everyone, but if you're saying the same thing, just to avoid a repetition. Thanks.
I wrote my comments. Hello, my name's Rosalind Dunsmore. I'm from North Ogden. I've resided here with my husband for 10 years. When we first came to North Ogden, in front of our house, we actually live on 775 East. And in front of our homes were cow pastures, and it was very rural and beautiful, peaceful. There was probably 4 homes to the right or left. Then it became further developed, and now there's a lot of Ivory homes there. When we found out about this development, first of all, I'd like to say I was really saddened that the noticing was so minimal to myself and my neighbors who will be so immediately impacted by this proposed development. We're like 5 houses down from 2100, and we were not noticed. I found out actually through a coworker and a coworker who's also impacted by this proposal. When we purchased our home here, it was it is rural residential, and we invest our lives and our families here. We wanted to see everybody grow and thrive, worship and live in this community. We invested our finances here because of this community and how it's set up and the close-knit camaraderie and friendliness of everyone here. Our house is one of those homes that back up to the canal. And so if Monroe is brought through, it will actually kind of come right behind my bedroom window, which is not something I really want. It's unfortunate that we weren't informed of that when we bought our home, but that is now the result. When I came and found out, I came to the planning office, I wanted to confirm my understanding about the plan to change the zoning. And I was really sad to hear that there was a lot of pressure for the planning commission and the city council. And when I asked by who, they said the governor. The governor's office was putting a lot of pressure on the community for this high density types of development. And most of the residents here in Ogden, North Ogden, came here because we didn't want high density housing. We paid a lot of money to not have that, to live in this rural peacefulness. And so, first of all, I would respectfully request that the zoning that was originally passed be retained, that the new proposed rezoning be rejected. The increase in population for the Green Acres School for 80 townhomes for that property. I know that Green Acres cannot absorb that many additional children unless you want to be or become like that state I was raised in that starts with a C, and the kids have A and B zones. Like you have to come to the A time in class and then the B time in class because they cannot accommodate all the children. I heard a lot from the proposers about all the children, all the children. I'm a mother too. Hopefully someday I'll be a grandma, and there has to be a place affordable, but not at this type of increased population. Also, we hear constantly about conserving our water. We hear it all the time about the water use. And that's going to be a drain on the water consumption in our community. Another thing, this area floods. That field floods. So that's another component. Another item is the wildlife that lives there. Paving over the canal is not a popular idea. We have ducks, we have deer that we all care for and makes our community what it is. We have a lot of walking areas. I don't really think we need more. We have the school to walk out in our local streets. We would just like to have it retained. As it currently is, the traffic would be so adverse in our neighborhoods, the throughput, and also just the congestion on Monroe. And I'm sad to say that, if this plan goes as proposed right now, I really don't feel like we'll have an alternative but to leave. I mean, I was getting ready to make some large improvements into my home, with local contractors. And I'm not 20 or 80 townhomes, but I've stopped work with sheetrockers and flooring companies and because I just don't know what's going to happen here. And I feel like it's going to decrease the value and the safety and the tranquility of our homes. So I would respectfully request that the Planning Commission not approve this zoning change and that you would please take into account the 570 signatures that were signed opposing this proposal and also the Atkinson property. And I don't want to speak for my other neighbors. I'm sure they have their own comments. But these are just some things off the top of my head that I could recall from what I originally wrote. Please give great consideration to what we're asking because you really would be changing the landscape and fabric of our community. And we really don't want to see that happen. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Allison Anderson. I live at 567 East, 2100 North in North Ogden, Utah. I do want to start out by the petition she referenced is here and it is opposing high density housing. We have over 575 signatures that I will turn into the city on that piece. I lived in North Ogden. I've lived here for over 12 years. My husband, he grew up in Pleasant View for over 30 years, and I actually spent a lot of my summers over at Green Acres because my grandparents used to live right behind me and the house I currently own anyway. During those summers, we would walk the track, we would catch praying mantises in the field, and we'd play around our quiet neighborhood. Now, as adults, we have the opportunity to live in this great place where we get to spend a lot of time outside with our kids, riding bikes, playing at the track and the playground. I'm here tonight to strongly oppose the rezoning of the Randall and Atkinson Pauling properties from the the RE20 rural low density agricultural lots to the R-1-5, R-4 and CN, the commercial neighborhood, which would allow high density single family homes, multifamily townhomes and commercial use. This property would reduce the lot sizes from 20,000 square feet to 5,000 square feet and then 4,500 in the others in the Atkinson Pauling. It would bring in 26 small high density homes according to the plan. And then it also has 80 townhomes in that area. I have some key concerns that I wanted to address with you guys. And if the developer would like to answer those later, I would appreciate that as well. So key concerns, building codes are not being met. North Ogden City standards right now limit hard surfaces to roughly 30% of the lot, and this proposal seems like it would fail to meet those requirements. Additionally, code states emergency vehicles must be able to drive down turnaround streets that are up to 350 feet from the main road. This would be a tight fit for the townhomes and two of the streets that are in there. And then the last thing I have on this piece is that during the winter months, city ordinances state that there's a restriction on parking vehicles on the street. Given that many of these townhomes are going to have multiple vehicles, this development doesn't appear to have adequate space for them to have those extra vehicles, and it would force them to park out on the street during those restricted times. In addition, my second point is that there's an overload to infrastructure. Our streets and utilities are aging and they're unable to keep up with our current drain usage. During our last major rainstorm, North Ogden citizens were asked not to flush our toilets so that we did not overflow it. And the streets were also flooding during that. If you're going to take away this space, that could significantly impact that. So how would we be able to handle another 175 families between the Randall and the Atkinson Pauling developments? How would be able, it's just going to overwhelm our local infrastructure and current water systems that exist. Next, we have traffic and safety risks. We want to protect our children, our safety, and the character of our neighborhood. This development would mean more cars, more traffic, and more risk to the pedestrians due to our limited sidewalk availability, which we talked about. There is also going to be additional traffic congestion, which is in excess, and our local intersections at 2100 and Washington have already seen significant risks and rise in accidents from like the Tri-City piece that is over there as well. Adding over 170 new families is going to increase that road congestion, reduce safety, and endanger our pedestrians, especially our children. In addition, we do not have any local transit available around this area for those townhomes. And there's also a significant lack of sidewalks. We do want to I will speak for our community in this sense. We do want to preserve North Ogden's character. North Ogden's beauty lies in its low density, family friendly environment. Many members of our community move here for the current zoning, and our voice should be more important than the developer's proposal. When these community members moved here, just like myself, with the current city plan and zoning, there was an understanding that the character of this area would remain largely intact. Dramatic densification breaks that social contract that we have with a city that has been forged between the community and the Planning Commission. And then the last piece I have here is this is a neighborhood and it's not a place for commercial real estate or commercial neighborhood real estate, whatever you want to call the RN piece on there. So commercial zoning does not exist in our neighborhood and we want it to stay that way. Maybe look at a park. That would be a great alternative there to that commercial piece. And my final proposal in closing is just that most of our community members that this property will probably be developed. I would propose that we leave it at the high density, rather than rezone it to the high density multifamily housing that's being proposed here, that we keep the low density family housing. You could even look at taking it to R-1-12.5, which is another surrounding zoning that currently exists, so that we can offer our larger rural style lots. This would maintain our community's unique character, provide desirable new homes with space and privacy, and then it would also allow for growth without sacrificing our building codes, infrastructure, drainage, safety, or the quality of the lives that all these current residents have here in the neighborhood. And I want to thank you for this time.
Thank you. Sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Graham Stromberg. I imagine this is kind of an awkward meeting because a lot of us are, we're disappointed and we're sad and we're going through a lot of emotions right now. Anger, sadness, like a loss. I've lived in North Ogden my whole life. I went to elementary school, junior high, high school here. I moved back with my mom. I have a terminal illness. I'm going to die in the home that I'm in right now. And I'm just really sad that last week I found out from a neighbor that the character of this beautiful community that I grew up in that is special. North Ogden is one of the most special places in the entire world because of its unique, low density, family friendly, kids playing in the street, Mayberry character. And I'm just wanted to express my feelings and emotions that I feel really hurt that this is even being considered, given that when we moved to North Ogden in 1995 as a family, the zoning, and even the zoning when I moved back with my mom just a few years ago, it was that this would remain low density. And just to refute some of the things that the developer was saying, or the man representing the developer, our population growth in Utah, we actually have a birth rate right now below replacement level. And the growth that we've seen for the last 30 years is going to be coming to an end. We've also seen the most explosive growth in home building the last 5 years in Utah's history. And the governor and the legislature at the state level have claimed, build, 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 more supply, and the prices will come down. And sadly, they built tens of thousands of units in the last 5 years, and yet have the prices come down? Not really. And what we see in Salt Lake and Weber County, maybe not North Ogden, is that natural growth is down, and the people who will be moving in will probably be from out of state and from out of the country. Most of the growth has come from international migration in the last 5 years in Utah. I believe in protecting the character of our community, keeping it just a really nice place to live for just the kids who are growing up. There's a lot of kids in our neighborhood. I feel really sad that they're probably going to lose that character where they can just play out in the road and just have a great idyllic life. And I understand that you're in a tight spot given what the governor and the legislature has done in the last 5 years with changes to our state law, where they basically have made it so that cities are forced to add high density. But I would just ask you to put yourselves in our shoes for those of us who are going to have our property values ruined and are going to have traffic. And everyone knows that higher density is correlated with more crime. It's just the harsh reality. I lived in Ogden. And thank you. Everyone knows it, and it's not politically correct to say, but we all know it. That's why we all moved to North Ogden. And I just feel like it's I don't want to be overly mean, but I am kind of angry. I don't want to, but it really hurts that the city council and the mayor, I don't know what's going to happen, but it really hurts that this is even being considered. And just as a lifelong North Ogden resident, I honestly, I'm still pinching myself that this is even something that, because to me, government, the role of government, in my opinion, maybe you all disagree, is to protect citizens. And I don't feel like this is protecting us as, you know, the people who live in this neighborhood that are going to be affected. Thank you so much for considering my opinion. I appreciate it. And I really, really pray and hope that you will consider what we have said and that you will make the right decision to say no to all of this high density. Please match the character of, if it has to be developed, which it does, because there is, but please respect the character of our neighborhood. Like we would really appreciate it. And thank you so much.
My name is Brent Call, 835 East, 2100 North. You guys have heard some wonderful arguments, both sentimental and also some factual arguments as well. I would also like to approach this from a factual standpoint and specifically address the report presented by the city planner. I think it is flawed and comes to a conclusion that cannot be supported. The report says that typically the criteria for making a decision related to legislative matter requires compatibility with the general plan and existing codes. I'm going to argue that it is not consistent with codes or the general plan. Specifically, it says the property is directly adjacent to R1-5, R2, and R1-A zones. I'll show you that it's not. All zoning requests should first be evaluated for their compliance with the general plan. I do not see that this is consistent with the general plan. The first one, a definite edge should be established between the types of uses to protect the integrity of each use, except where the mixing of uses is recommended in the general plan. The staff comment says that it will not create an island of disconnected, unique zoning. The property is bordered by single-family R1-8 zoning on the south, which it is not. There's a buffer between that zone and the R1-8 zone, specifically 3 homes that already exist there. It also states that, well, it indicated earlier in the report that it was directly adjacent to R1-5, which it is not. R1-5 is further to the west, separated again by an RE20 zone. And that RE1-5 zoning is Legacy Estates, which is a retirement community for 55 and older, a significantly different use than what's being proposed here. So in my opinion, the zoning does create an island, specifically when you talk about zoning for high density and zoning for commercial. The second point, zoning should reflect the existing use of property to the greatest extent possible, unless the area is in transition or is in conflict with the general plan. Staff comment references Monroe Boulevard, which in fact will be hopefully one day going through there. I've been a resident of Pleasant View and North Ogden for going on 40 years. And we've been talking about that for at least those 40 years. And we haven't got very far. The third point, where possible, properties which face each other across a local street should be the same or a similar zone. Collector and arterial roads may be sufficient buffers to warrant different zones. Again, the zones are not, the zones that are being proposed are not adjacent to similar zones. And so again, I believe that fails in that respect. The major point that I would like to make, though, is that the proposed zoning is not in conformance with the general plan. The general plan states that for neighborhoods, the general plan, in fact, says that we should consider rezoning to larger lot agricultural zoning for the larger open space areas or other incentive-based techniques to retain open spaces. And has some other recommendations in there that I don't think I'm going to go into those. And in fact, on the general plan, the map that was updated in 2022, this specific area is identified potentially as residential low-density housing or potentially conservation areas. So the proposal is in direct conflict with the general plan in that respect. Again, I consider the staff recommendation to rezone to be flawed, to not be in conformance with the city ordinances or in conformance with the general plan. I would recommend strongly that the commission not approve or not recommend that the council approve the zoning for those reasons alone. I would additionally support other comments that have been made that this is very contradictory to the nature and the feel of the area and the community and the way that the community is originally laid out, and that a lot of us moved here for those specific reasons. Thank you.
Oh, yes. I would like to hear from this gentleman in the front, if, yes, please. Do you need a chair or anything, sir?
No, I'm
Okay.
fine. I'm only 87 years old. Question,
What's your name?
comments. Glenn Donaldson, 874 East, 2100 North. When I moved to North Ogden 35 plus years ago, the property across the street from me, Mr. Barker said will never be built on because it was considered wetlands. One day I was out in my front yard and I saw this little girl, or not little girl, young lady, out there placing flags. So as a good neighbor, I walked across the street and said, "What are you doing?" "I'm marking wetlands." I says, "The whole thing's wetlands, but there are spots I'm marking. So far, I've got 400 spots." I says, "Why are you doing it?" She says, "Blackburn and Jones wants to buy this property. In order to build on it, they have to transfer the wetlands from there to someplace else," which they did do. So code means you can do anything you want with the code because there's homes across the street now that have sump pumps. And so my big concern is, though, in 1956, I was a freshman at Weber College, two-year school, and I had a report to do on the collapse of the China Empire and the Roman Empire. Now, there was many reasons why it collapsed, but the one reason that both of them collapsed was the water table collapsed and went down. So that's my question. What about the water? Where are you going to get the water? How deep are you going to have to dig more wells to get that water? How much is that going to cost us if the city puts that in? It goes on and on and on. I'm really concerned about the water. Secondly, I'm concerned about the sewer. Sometimes we have a hard time with sewer lines up there. Where are they going to hook into the sewer lines? My line? I'll have stuff floating up in my toilet if I'm not careful. And I don't want that. I'm trying to flush it down. And if I can't flush it down, and secondly, they told me that this will enhance your property, the value of your property. I have to beg different because my property is appraised at a certain price, but my property taxes will not go down, even if the property value goes down. That's just common sense, the way it's worked in the past, and I don't see any change. You have the ability to change that. You have the ability to work for us as the citizens and protect our rights. You can't stop progress. You can't stop home building, but you can do things right that will protect my rights, my neighbor's rights, Brent Call's rights. And I would encourage you to not consider this proposal of changing it. I want to live to be 100. I want to live to be 100 and see my community. I moved from Huntsville to North Ogden. I loved Huntsville. My wife didn't want my kids driving the canyon to go to school. That's why we moved to North Ogden. And I found an acre and a quarter. And I love it. I love the property. I love the area. I don't want to see it damaged by things that we can control, things that you can control. So please not consider this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is David McNeely. I live at 710 East on 2100 North. I am one of, I would say, 4 homes that this is greatly going to impact. I agree pretty much everything here, especially the high density townhomes right in my backyard. Right now, I look at the deer as they walk out in the summertime, the fawns and things like that. I don't want to lose that, but progress happens. But the larger homes, larger lots is more suitable for our area, our community. One thing, when we moved in 10 years ago, we heard about Monroe, and it's going right by my house. Never happy about it, but I'm glad that it's still being discussed. One thing, as a civil engineer myself, as a degreed engineer, design engineer, and traffic and things like that, traffic is a concern now. No matter who develops this, whether it's the developer here or somebody else, 4-way stop sign to slow traffic down on 21 and Monroe would be greatly helpful. Because right now, a lot of youth use our 2100, and I know 1700 as well, as racetracks, exactly. And so, I know our law enforcement sit there at the church right next door to me, and they try to do what they can, but they know where they sit, when they sit, things like that. And I've even, because with the canal easement, I've even offered my canal easement for them to sit, to try to catch some of the speeders. The commercial zone, as I sit and look at that and eyeball the development that's been proposed, commercial lot will not work on that corner. There's just not enough room for everything that the city code would require as well. Playgrounds, as was mentioned, I agree, would be perfect. Someplace where some of the kids, that way they don't have to cross 2100 or whatever to get over to the parks. It would be a great advantage for any youth that come in. The canal, irrigation canal, I'd hate to see that go away. But for safety reasons, I understand. Just hopefully whatever is planned does not disrupt the area and the wildlife that does come in, because we get a lot of different foxes and the ducks and stuff. In fact, my grandkids love feeding the ducks during the summertime. So, very simple. Those were my suggestions as far as traffic goes. Is definitely a four-way. And because if I put a traffic light there, it just blocks up and backs up and creates more issues where there really isn't a need for it. But a four-way stop would be suitable. And then my emotions as far as all this goes is I would like for this to something to be worked out to where this goes through. The Randalls have been a great family to deal with. And they've been great neighbors. But it'll be nice to get the one sister out of my hair. But it would be nice to have larger lots for the more families to actually enjoy their property and live, like North Ogden has been known for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Eric Russell. I live at 2005 North 775 East, just around the corner from where this proposed rezoning is. I've grown up in North Ogden nearly my whole life. My wife and I have kind of settled our family here, and we absolutely love it. North Ogden is a wonderful community, and I have a few concerns if this were to be rezoned. Firstly, I did want to say, I think we can all agree that dentists are the worst, and we don't need another dentist in the neighborhood. He's a dentist. I'm a dentist, for those who don't get the joke. So,
I'm just glad you didn't introduce yourself as doctor.
yeah, it's doctor.
It's a
Okay.
dentist that calls himself doctor.
No, but North Ogden is a wonderful place, and I think if we rezone this to high density, I have some concern about the safety of 2100. It's already a pretty sketchy road to even drive on. There's like no lights, street lamps, anything like that. I give my kids a pretty long leash, and I do that because we live in an awesome community, and my neighbors know. They're all sitting back there. I mean, they see my kids running all over the place. I will not let them go to 2100. I mean, it's a no-go zone. We're not going there. So I wonder, how much busier is it going to get? How many more cars are we going to have? How much more, danger are we going to have? And especially if all these high density homes bring in little children, what's that going to do? Secondly, the reality of Green Acres Elementary, it's already crowded. My son is in 5th grade. He's now had 2 classes where he's had to split teachers because there's enough kids. He has like almost 30 kids in his class, and that's not going to be getting any smaller. There's not enough room at Green Acres Elementary. He splits a teacher with my daughter who's in 3rd grade, so they have to get like half a teacher because we can't afford more of a teacher and there's not enough space. So the reality is that Green Acres is already kind of backed up. And if we're going to put 80 or however many units, how much more is that going to impact Green Acres? I don't think it's capable of doing that. And then I think for me and my wife, we're in a home right now that we love, but it's not going to be our forever home. And we would love to invest ourselves in the community and be able to purchase maybe more land, build a home that we're proud of. And I think we're not alone. I mean, I've known Chad my whole life, and, people in our situation, we want to stay here. I mean, Chad and I have talked all the time about why we bring our kids back here. And I think my wife and I would love to set even deeper roots in the North Ogden community. And that's going to be really hard. It's becoming hard now to find land to build on, because it gets snatched up high density housing and, you know, what is the turnover, pardon me, the turnover of that turn into? How long are these people going to stay in this house? How viable is it to really raise a family in a 2 or 3 bedroom townhome? As someone who did that for a short amount of time, I would say it's not feasible. You know, I had 2 and 1 kid on the way in a townhome for a short time, and it's just, you can't stay there forever. And so we're going to be looking for more homes and places to build. And I think I can speak for a lot of us when I say, I think the gross opinion here is that we don't want it to be rezoned to high density. Thank you for your time.
Let's see, I'm here interested in the Atkinson Pauling property.
You hold your comments until we get to that agenda
I'm
item?
just wondering when that will be. I'm not trying to rush this
A
one,
lot.
but
Well, it
I'm
could be a
wondering
while
why we
because-
scheduled both of these agenda items on the same night.
And one thing that's a great point. And so I think we've heard some amazing comments. So if your comments are very similar, if you're willing to, you know, forego everyone commenting, that could help us to get to your item faster. But again, we would encourage you, if you feel like you need your voice heard, we do want to hear it though. So please know that we do want to hear. So sorry, but yeah, we'll try to keep going.
Paul Merrill, 596, 2100 North. One item that hasn't, I don't think, been discussed, everything else has been great. Flooding. Now, the last 2 times we've had rain, my yard has been flooded. I live on the north side, no curb and gutter, and the water hits 6th, and the pipes underneath there can't handle it, and so it goes on the surface and comes across the corner and my yard. And you take that much property, where that water is going to go? Now, Ryan said, well, maybe it'll go north. It won't go north because it's uphill. It's going to come down 2100 North. And until they do something about that, I would just assume they don't do anything with any property up above on 2100 North.
And can I clarify, you're on 2100 North? Is that?
2100 North. Yeah, 6, and there's a corner house that's just been working on. I'm
There's
the
no
nuts.
sidewalk. curb
No
and gutter
sidewalk,
along
no curb
2100.
and gutter or nothing.
Okay.
And it goes on the surface and then flows on down. But the church, when we had the rain, was it 3 years ago, they came and sandbagged. This last storm, I had water in in the house. So I think that's a big factor that needs to be addressed. Now, I'm sure this developer is not going to go down 2100 North and put a storm drain in, but that needs to be addressed before you do start covering up and putting concrete and asphalt. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, I'll be brief. My name is Chris Remkus. I live in North Ogden, 657 East, 2100 North. I feel we're here to approve the rezoning of the property, right? Not the site plans. So I'm really curious as to if this zoning is approved for higher density, what leverage does the city have to make sure the developer follows those plans anyway? And it was also argued that this rezoning should be granted due to similar zones around the area, which I agree haven't been met. But if this is approved, there will be a multifamily approval in that area, and I think it will just snowball from there. So I wonder what the compelling reason is to change this from a rural single family to a multifamily or high density homes. And the argument has been affordable housing. What leverage do we have over the cost of these homes once they're built, the selling price to our citizens? We have homes on the market now that are for sale. I feel like we're in another bubble again anyway, and we're going to have to recorrect and course correct where we're at with home prices. And if the governor has a great mission to go out and save the state's housing problem, do it in Salt Lake, not my house. Thank you.
My name's Kathy Harleen, and I live at 774 East, 2175 North. And so that is just slightly west of me. Mine's totally different. I just pulled together some statistics on water usage, power usage, gas usage. North Ogden City culinary water, 300 gallons per day, or 109,500 gallons per year, is how much the average household uses. For 80 townhomes and 24 single-family homes, that equates to 31,200 gallons per day and 11,388,000 gallons per year. For Rocky Mountain Power, the average power usage is 709 kilowatts per month, or 8,508 kilowatts per year. For 80 townhomes and 24 single-family homes, that equates to 884,832 kilowatts per year. And I know last year, living where I live, we had several brownouts because of power. And we're always being told to conserve water. Building that many homes in that area certainly isn't going to conserve any water. For gas, the average home use is 168 cubic feet of natural gas per day. For 80 townhomes and 24 single-family homes, that equates to 17,472 cubic feet per day and 6,377,280 cubic feet per year. The broader impacts are the environmental impact. Higher population density amplifies the negative environmental impacts of traffic, such as air pollution and energy consumption. The health impacts are living near busy roads with high traffic volume is linked to negative health outcomes, including respiratory and cardiovascular issues. And the economic impact is traffic congestion costs time and money, reducing economic productivity and negatively impacting quality of life through lost time for work and personal activities. So my question to you, as the people that represent us, how long can we sustain this kind of growth? Thank you.
Dave Hume, and I am a resident of North Ogden. Next Monday is the 250th anniversary of the founding of the United States Marine Corps. So if you see a Marine on that day, wish them a happy birthday. At the time that the Marine Corps was founded, America was being bullied by the King of England. And this country was essentially founded on the principle that we don't give in to bullies. What a country this is, right? Where else are you going to learn the phrase, we don't negotiate with terrorists? I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees. I mean, you know, that's what America's all about. And here we have a bully again, right? Governor Cox is being a bully, and he's coming and saying, you know, if you don't give me what I want, if you don't give me what I want, I'm going to take over. And, you know, when you really don't have the ability to fight back, which obviously we don't, other than, you know, at the ballot box, then all you can really do is say, you know what, do your best. If you're going to do that, you're going to do it. I look at these two developments and I think, well, if this is, you know, what's coming, then there's really nothing left for the governor to threaten me with anyway. I mean, it's hard to imagine him doing anything worse than this. And so, you know, I would just encourage you to stand your ground for as long as you can. And if he comes and takes control, then that's what happens. You would think that it would be enough and that there would be someone reasonable in power that would look and say, wow, you know what, North Ogden, you've got another 2,000 high density units already planned. Thanks. Thanks for doing your part, right? Thanks for doing the smart thing and the wise thing and putting them along the Washington corridor where they have access to public transit. Where the roads can be built to accommodate the kind of traffic that's going to be necessary that's going to come from that. You'd think that that would be enough. And everyone tells me it's not, that they don't really care, that they're not paying attention to individual things. Well, I think that's sad, but I still don't think that you need to give in. And I've been really disheartened as I've listened to the city council and the planning commission just kind of throw up their hands and say, well, you know, if we don't give this bully what they want, then they're just going to come do it anyway. You know what? Let them do it. Let them do it. And at the end of the day, you have nothing if you don't have your principles. And the principle here is clear. It's been clear the entire time I've lived in North Ogden, and I'm just a youngster with 23 years or so here. But I've sat up there, I've sat on the city council, and I've stood up to bullies because that's what we do. And I would just encourage you to take a harder stance and just let them know, you know what, that's not going to happen here. And at least then when your term in office is done, you can look and you can say, I didn't do that. I did my best. I stood up to things like this. Thank you.
Just another quick note. Ben Burney, I'm also a resident here, just passes this proposed development multiple times a day with my family. One other thing I just wanted to put more on the record for the attendees here that may not be aware, but there's also another parcel that's 15 acres that's just west of this parcel that's nearly identical to it, that's under contract currently. If you guys go through and approve this high density housing, I can promise you the next developer is that's under contract on the Matlock property is going to do the exact same thing. We're going to be right here for another 100 townhomes. And so you know, if you say yes to all, just like he said, if you say yes to everybody, the next 15-acre parcel that's literally right next door is going to come to you and beg for the same thing, or say, well, you did it for these guys, you better do it for us as well. And now we've got another 100+ homes on the same road that already can't handle it. So big concern. Nobody knows about it, but it's there.
I'm Cody Murray. I'm at 2071 North, 850 East. It was talked about the opportunity to have more homes for families to grow into. I just did a quick look on utahrealestate.com, and currently in the 84414 zip code, there's 37 townhomes that are for sale, including 10 in Prominence Point that are over here just off of Washington that are going for about $349 to $359. And so if we can't sell those that are already here in North Ogden, I'm curious what the point is to add more high density housing to try to sell at a cheaper price. Thank you.
My name's Steve Kendall. I was born and raised here. 79 years.
Yeah, 79 years. That's it.
I've farmed this property for 40 years. And I agree for most part what's been said. The young man that stood up first that represents the developer, he needs to get his figures right. The easement that the city has on Monroe, as I look at that picture, it looks like the east side of Monroe comes right down the fence line. It's actually 50 feet to the west, all the way to the north, whole length of the property. So if you take 50 feet off of that piece of property, and then you add Monroe to that, you have no room for a commercial piece. You don't have room for half of these townhomes. Now, the gentleman that talked about getting flooded out, I have never seen cement and asphalt absorb water. Now, if you put that many townhomes and residences in that property, I can guarantee you that he's going to need a whole bunch of sump pumps because he will have nothing but water problems. Now, having farmed that, and I raise alfalfa on it, alfalfa needs water. There are certain places on this property that does not require water because the water table is high enough. I don't need to water it. So if he puts these townhomes in these residential buildings, is he going to put sump pumps in them? What kind of drains is he going to put around these homes? Our water system will not handle it. So if you're going to approve this, then I want to know how you're going to handle the water. We don't lack for water. We got too much. And I noticed another thing on the map. On the north end of this property, there is a irrigation ditch. What's he going to do with that? Because the water comes down that ditch in the springtime. There's a bunch of trees there that have bad roots, and the water runs over the banks of that creek, and it runs clear to the canal that's in the middle. Now, what are we going to do about that? That's something that we need to consider when we're looking at this approval. That's about all I got to say is, you need to look at some of these other things. I don't have a lot of statistics. I'm not a statistic man. I just till the ground.
I'm Dave Hunter, just moved up here 6 months ago. I've lived in North Ogden 3 different times. I'm not very good at public speaking. I didn't find out about this till last night, kind of late in the evening. And I'm disappointed that I wasn't notified. I live at 2255 North, 575 East. For occupation, I've been a real estate agent and or broker since 1984. Since 1993, I've been a certified residential appraiser. So I speak somewhat to value. As far as Coal West product, from what I've seen of them in the past, they do an okay job. That's what I've seen in the past. It is my personal opinion, after doing real estate appraisal for 32, 33 years, I just barely retired. This type of development is used more for a buffer along industrial and or commercial land use. It's not to be plunked down in the center of a residential area like the area that's being proposed. I agree with several of the people, the land directly to the west. This piece is nothing more than a leapfrog into that one, having the same use, same zone, same everything with the same problems. The land to the east of that, going across Monroe Boulevard, as I recall, is also still vacant. And I think that, again, it opens that up. This piece of property that you're talking about, they have a wonderful piece of property. If Coal West can't develop it in a more conducive manner to the residential use that's around, I suggest they back out and find a piece along Washington or 2700 North where they can develop it where it is more in tune with being that buffer. This land over here, you're talking about Monroe being extended. Hate to tell you this, I did a little development out here in North Ogden back in 75, 76. And North Ogden had already approved a development back there. And the planning and the pressure that was applied to try to get certain things put in wasn't conducive at all. And we had to fight. North Ogden City had to make some considerations in my doing that development. I'm not saying that's what needs to be done, but I would highly suggest Cole, if what they want to do is they want to do this, you look at a different configuration totally regarding the single family use of it, making it more conducive to the area. Forget the townhomes. This type of a development, over my years of experience, you run into a lot of problems. You need to buffer the residential areas and help the residential areas stay strong and encourage that development. I've agreed with almost everything that's been said tonight. These folks came prepared. I hope that you will listen to them. I hope that the decision has not already been made, which is a big hope, I think. But I do hope that you'll pay attention to what these folks have said tonight and weigh that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Katie Pittman, and I live at 748 East, 1850 North. I drive down 2100 every day, and I just heard about this development an hour before this. I never come to these things, so it's kind of important to me. I can't speak for everyone, but I think a lot of us are sick of high-priced, unaffordable apartments going in where they just don't belong. We're not Salt Lake, we're not Ogden, we're known as a small knit suburb community. I just don't think these apartments are a good idea. Number one thing that comes to my mind, obviously, is the traffic. I don't know if that road's even able to like handle all that traffic. It's got pretty bad on the intersection at Washington. Number two, the infrastructure. Don't know how that's gonna work. Don't know if that's gonna be able to handle everything. But yeah, that's kind of all I want to say. I want to keep it brief. We don't need apartments in every city. And number one, sometimes they're not even good looking. Like they're gonna block the view of the mountains. North Ogden's kind of known for its beauty and being right on the edge of the mountains. Like if I were a homeowner that was west of these apartments, I would not be happy. So yeah, that's all I gotta say. Thank you.
You know, I'm sure everybody would love to come up and probably echo the similar concerns that the other residents have expressed to us. Is there anybody here that wants to express a different opinion than what we've heard tonight? Okay, and I know some people are here for a different item on the agenda, and we can hopefully get that. Please come up, sir.
So I'm Brent Anderson. I live at 709 East, 2100. So I'm impacted directly on the south side, right? My big concern is my family, right? I've got young kids. And if they put Monroe through on the head south, my concern is if we follow Monroe south of there, right, past south of 1700, has there been any, or do we know of any like crime statistics that come from Main Street or Main Ogden, 12th Street North? I mean, we've had some, unfortunate events at Ben Lomond. We're not that far, right? And it's straight off Monroe. If we just keep going up Monroe keep building, how is the crime going to affect us, right? Because it's going to come up. And does the, high density housing contribute to the crime factor? And so that's something that concerns me, is the crime factor, that is just going to keep coming north. And we live in a good community now where it's not high, right? 1700 North, we're pretty good. but what is the plan for the city to combat that if it were to go through? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, let's go ahead. Oh,
I'm just gonna be really quick. My name's Holly Remkus. My husband spoke. We're on at 657 East 2100 North. Sorry. Born and raised. It has grown. I want to speak for the school. I'm a current aide over there. We are at capacity. The talk of Loman View Elementary closing is going to impact us. They say it's not, it is. Orchard Springs is going to shift things around. It's going to be shifted to North Ogden Elementary, to Bates, to Green Acres. Things are changing at Pioneer. Green Acres is going to get overloaded with our sped department. Please consider talking to the district before making a final decision. They haven't made their final decision, but what they end up doing is going to impact bringing more homes, more children. More children is an amazing thing to have, but not in our small school. Our school is not equipped. We're feeling over full, especially with our SPED program. We're giving these kids a great opportunity. We need to keep that there. If we get this, no offense, worked construction, I understand it. Our school cannot handle it. Our kids cannot handle it. Our kids have enough on their plate. As mentioned, 2100 North is not a safe road. We live directly on it. These fields are across the street from us. Our kids love to ride their bikes. We make them go out through the back. It's safer on the track. And that's crazy to say because there's other people on the track that aren't safe. Ask our police department. Our neighbors called because transients have been in their fields. We've caught them sleeping in the park. They've got backpacks full of drugs. This is in between. This is at Orton Park. This is our school. It's on school grounds. So consider that with the shift, Loman View shift to our shift to adding more. It's going to be overfilled even more than it already is. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I guess I have a little bit of a different perspective. My wife and I moved down here about 3 years ago. I'd previously lived in North Ogden twice before. We decided to move down here to be with our grandkids. So we're in our 60s, and we looked up and down different areas. And I'll tell you, I think south of Ogden, it's a hellscape. It's so dense, it's packed. There's townhomes everywhere. It's overbuilt. It's ugly and it's oppressive. And when I talked to my wife, I said, I think we could probably find a nice place in North Ogden because I've always seen this as one of the most beautiful and pristine parts of the state that still isn't overgrown. And it's not over crime ridden. It's a safe place to be. And so we moved here. We were living in the Legacy neighborhood. My wife and I were 63, and we go to the little church there that's just on the other side of the property in question. We're actually the youngest couple in our ward, and we're 63. Most of the people are elderly. They've lived here, and they're planning to pass away here. We don't want it ruined. We don't want it overrun with. You guys don't want to wake up every day and look at townhomes in your face. I know you don't. Nobody does. We don't want to have that kind of population density. And you know what? It's going to create an unsafe environment. We're going to have, 100 new families, transient families that are going to move in here. They're not going to be long-term. So don't look at this as a cash grab for the city. Don't bend to political pressure. Please just consider the people that are here. In our little neighborhood, it's quiet. People know each other. People feel safe. A couple weeks ago, I had some dear friends. This elderly lady, she collapsed and she needed help getting up. And so I went over and I helped her. People help each other out. We can trust each other. What we can't trust is people that are going to come in from outside and overrun us. We've had a little brush with crime. We've had a little bit of theft in the neighborhood. I know it's not my neighbors. And I don't trust the new people coming in because it's going to be too many too fast and it's going to overrun this area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, we didn't get his name.
Yeah, sir.
Sir, I'm sorry, could you state your name?
Yeah.
Dairy Star. Well, I know that everybody wants to echo exactly what was discussed tonight, and we note that and we recognize that. So if you didn't get a chance to come to the podium and express your thoughts tonight, please know that we heard everything that you said, that was said tonight. So before we close the public hearing, I'm just going to ask Mr. Freebairn, do you have anything you would like to add or close with?
I just want to close. Thank you, Chair. I just want to close saying thank you to the public. I know it's not easy being here on a night when you could be doing many other things, but we do appreciate your comments. We do take them seriously. I grew up learning to fish at Cold Springs Trout Farm, and I took my son there a few years ago, and I can only imagine what would happen if that were to be developed, and I wouldn't be able to fish there and teach my grandson how to fish. And so I do get it, and we do get it as a developer. And so we respect the emotion of it. As far as engineering infrastructure, those questions can be answered with engineers, people much smarter than me. They can calculate traffic flows and stormwater, and all of that will happen naturally through the development process anyways, as it does through the city engineer, city's codes, city staff. Those questions and concerns will have to be addressed. I do want to say this property owner, the Randall family, this has been in the family for 175 years. This predates everybody in this room, at least I would think. And I understand that they've got a long history in this community. The Randall Cannery was a famous longstanding cannery in the neighborhood that's been part of North Ogden's history. This family has put in blood, sweat, and tears, and they are entitled to property rights. It doesn't matter if you've owned the property 75 minutes or 175 years. It really doesn't matter. You are entitled to the same property rights under the Constitution. The American flag that sits behind you on the rostrum, that flag allows all of us to have property rights and rights to due process under the 5th and 14th Amendments. And that doesn't mean this is legislative, right? That doesn't mean the planning commission or the city council, they certainly do not have to vote in favor of this project. However, the applicant is owed the opportunity to come before this body and make their case, either themselves or through a developer. And so those amendments, those rights that entitle property owners to due process, it doesn't matter who you are or how many acres you own or how long you've lived there. All of us that live in a house now, in whatever town we're in, I live in Layton. I love North Ogden. I tried to move here once. It didn't work out. It's gorgeous. But everybody that lives in North Ogden today, at some point they were new. At some point, whether it was 75 years ago, 40 years ago, 10 years ago, 2 years ago, who is it to say that once I move in, nobody else can move in? Not my own children, not my friends and family and so I think we owe it to ourselves to be able to preserve future housing options for our first responders, for our own children, for our teachers. They need a place to live that's safe and desirable, and I think we owe that to them. And so I'd like to just simply close by saying that the Randall family has property rights. They are following the general plan, and they are relying on a general plan that was not drafted by us. It had nothing to do with us as a developer. We are following your own general plan, your own zoning codes that are on the books today. And they are entitled to those rights to follow.
That's a good clarifying question. And then we'll kind of, just the neighboring property right there, to the west, you guys have no, like your development group, you're not the ones under contract for that.
That's correct. We are only under contract on the Randall
Okay, so
property.
you guys have nothing to do with that.
Correct.
Okay, just confirming. All right, I think
you.
this body, yeah, they're good. Thank you.
Could I get a motion to close the public hearing?
I motion to close the public hearing.
Second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
We need a voice. Do we need a count for that? We can just do a voice.
You're good.
All right, well, that was a lot of information to take in, but amazing comments by the community. And, I think as much as we do respect the property rights of the Randall family, we have to really take into consideration this particular piece of property, whether this is an appropriate development for this part of the city. In light of the fact that, maybe it's not going to come next year or 5 years from now, but eventually Monroe Boulevard will pass directly through here, and it will be a major thoroughfare through our city, particularly as development, continues up the mountain. But I think some very good points were brought up tonight. The capacity of the school, to support this high density development. I think, flooding is certainly a serious concern. But, I think the most of what I was hearing is maybe it's the density, the high density of nature of the development. But I'm curious, to open a discussion on what your guys' thoughts are.
And just to clarify, so we're now in discussion as a planning commission body. I did have a question, if you don't mind, Chair, just for Scott Hess in terms of Monroe. I think that's a key piece here. So our understanding, right, is that they're continuing the road that's adjacent to this parcel, but it's still not continuously connected down into Monroe. Is that an accurate statement?
Correct. So that would be an offsite improvement that wouldn't be required of this developer, or really any developer. There's a few hundred feet to the south. The city owns the right of way that connects to Monroe Boulevard at 700 East. So Monroe right now, the road full width terminates right about Green Acres Elementary School. The right of way beyond the park and up north to 2100 is owned by the city. So that could be developed at some point, or if the property owners on either side wish to subdivide or develop, it would be developed at that time. It would be constructed at that time.
Okay.
So
So
there's a short missing stretch there.
Okay.
And then based on the fire department's requirement of anything more than 30 doors has to have 2 ingress and egress points. A development of this size would require constructing on the right of way the city owns, the piece of Monroe that would connect to 2300 North. So the project would get 2300 north to 1700 of Monroe.
Okay.
Along those lines, Scott.
Use your mic.
Use your mic. Along those same lines, what about the easement discussions? We've heard a little bit, some confusion on the easements. What is your thoughts on that a little bit?
Well, we deal with that all the time. We have cross-access waterways all throughout North Ogden, and several of them have just disappeared over the decades underground, which is pretty common. So we've got stretches of Coldwater Creek that are run underground right now, and it doesn't daylight until west of Washington Boulevard, just south of the Lock It Up storage. So that Coldwater Creek is underground, connecting all the way up to the fish farm. So to put North Ogden Canal underground through this property would not be strange or unprecedented, and it's something that happens a lot with development. And then the farm ditch on the north that goes across the Randalls and the property owner to the west and then gets down to the ditch. It's, and again, a matter of if it's flood irrigation and a permitted ditch that somebody owns, then you work with the owner of that waterway. And if it's just an old agricultural piece, you redirect the water into a storm detention basin and some of those old ditches go away. So it's really the engineering aspect of that would be determined at the time that the project is developed. And an underlying zone is different than the site plan subdivision process that goes through the full engineering review and all of the rest of the pieces.
Okay.
So, so just to clarify, tonight, we are just looking at a zone,
Yeah.
zone
Oh,
designation to apply. That would be appropriate for this
Yeah.
property. And, it's being driven tonight because there's a proposed development that is quite high density and along with a commercial parcel. But, we can choose something else if we have a different feeling about it, something that is a little lower density.
I did want to, just to start that conversation, it seemed like there might have been some confusion, and we don't have any maps up, but on the, if I'm not mistaken, this property is in the Southtown area. Is that an accurate statement? And when I look at the future land map, it also has the overlay for multifamily housing. Am I looking at this correctly?
This is a little east of the Southtown area. And
Okay.
if John can pull up the zoning map in this area is interesting. So it's currently residential RE20, as well as the property to the west. The development immediately north is R2, which permits attached dwelling units. And then it touches, by these little fingers. that come
Yeah,
down.
so what I'm indicating towards is like when we think about the general plan, when we look at the neighborhood map, this property is yellow indicating Southtown. So one of the things I was just wanting to, when we think of general plan and what the intention here is, there is a statement, and that doesn't mean that I necessarily think, we still need to figure out what we're doing here, but it does say in here that a Southtown goal was to promote mixed-use housing concepts that add quality developments in the area and provide more rooftops to support businesses. And the reason I'm clarifying this is I think the public pointed out, does the general plan support this, which is an excellent question. And so I just wanted clarity on exactly, when I read the general plan, I'm seeing Southtown, I'm seeing potential mixed housing development. Is that inaccurate, I guess, is what I wanted. Anyone on commission seeing what I'm seeing? Are we? Right, these guys.
And I can address, so the property as I see it on the future land use map from 2022 is east of Southtown. So Southtown is really just the first commercial parcels off of Washington Boulevard. And then it terminates into the yellow, which is residential low density. And the hard part for really the planning department for the city, and I was lucky enough to inherit this map, so I wasn't the one who created it 10 years ago, but I do operate within it, and our charge as the planning department is to administer applications as they come in. So it's feast or famine. Sometimes we have nothing, and sometimes we have 5 items to get in before the end of the year, and we post public notice, and we have really long meetings. So thank you for coming and being with us. The general plan residential low density, it's almost the entire balance of the city. So it has apartments, townhomes, duplexes, small lot, single family, large lot, single family, agricultural lands. It's a little bit of everything. So when you look at the context of this particular area, it's difficult to say it doesn't fit into that residential low density because residential low density really isn't defined very well. And then further, the actual zoning map, this property is touched by residential R2 to the north, which is an older subdivision that allows attached dwelling units right now. So you could go in there, knock a few homes down, and you could build duplexes or townhomes today in that area that's zoned. And then on the south, it touches through those little sliver fingers, the residential R18, and then it has the RE20 to the west. The big white piece that's Barker Farms right now is unincorporated Weber County. That will eventually have an annexation request that will come in, and the city will get to determine at that point what the land use should be on it. But its proximity to the residential R15, the R4, the R2, R18 brings up the question of what is the right zoning density for any one of these particular properties. And staff is looking at this along with Monroe being a major transportation corridor, an 80-foot wide corridor, and thinking about how do you best utilize these really large infrastructure investments that are going to be made? And that road today, it's just a really wide road. I'd encourage you all to drive from the city hall down 2550 and hit Monroe going out and terminating. And you can turn a semi truck around on that 80-foot wide. I mean, it's an 85-foot or 80-foot wide corridor. It's over 60 feet curb face to curb face. And that will accommodate in the future, it could be a 4-lane road. I'm not saying that that's what it'll end up, but it's a massive piece of infrastructure. So to have driveways along that every 70 feet that's one way to do that. Or you could have the townhomes buffer some single family. And we've been in discussion, the property owner to the west who has that under contract, they've discussed with us several different configurations, but the general idea from the city was larger lots on the west, and then if it transitioned up to smaller attached units on the Monroe side, looking at that as the buffer. So it's not a real cut and dry one to look at and say this should be X, Y, or Z. And similar to every other property, and this is just my editorial comment after 17 years of doing planning, is that the best way to control what happens on the property next to you is to buy it. And there was a value that the Randall family was willing to go under contract with Coal West on this. So it is an available, sellable, willing buyer, willing seller piece of property. And I would encourage anybody to buy it and hold it as open space forever and ever, because it's just really difficult to do. And I don't know, talk to Chase afterward, because I bet you he'd sell it for his contract price plus $1.
So just
But-
because we're kind of sky level and,
Yeah.
and I think the public brought this up and it's a fair point. I don't see on the map, like, this is exactly what zoning we would be giving for this chunk of property. I see boxes on the ground.
Yeah.
I think that was a fair question, because for example, if we rezone this, R4,
Mhm.
can the developer then, just to clarify for public, can he come in and just put on down a whole bunch of townhomes and get rid of single family? I realize the zoning is saying multiple, but I don't see a map that like clarifies exactly what's what. Is there a reason we don't have that at this point?
Because there's a concept plan. So I think what this idea really was to bring forward a project to the Planning Commission. If you're uncomfortable with a split zoning, which would be totally reasonable under we have a huge amount of public interest in this, which I think is wonderful to come out and have. But getting a general bit of direction from the Planning Commission, if it's, an absolute, we do not support this at all, then the applicant may go back to the drawing board. If there is some support of this, we could come back, ask the applicant to come back and say, of the 15 acres, it's this many acres of multifamily, it's this many acres of small lot, single family, and give an exact split. By the time this went from Planning Commission to City Council in either regard, we would have to know the exact land split between the two properties.
So when we make a recommendation tonight to the city council, if we want to make a negative recommendation, is it our duty tonight then to actually recommend an alternative zone, or is it just a yes or no
No, you can,
recommendation?
I'll give the answer, and then I have our legal counsel
Okay.
here as well. But you can deny it
Either.
altogether. You can make a recommendation with an alternative zone. You can recommend as it is. So those are kind of your three things that you can do.
Okay.
So it's really up to the Planning Commission. And the Planning Commission is an appointed body that's the land use authority. This is the formal public hearing process in a legislative process for a rezone or a zoning text amendment or a general plan. The city council will get your recommendation, and there's no state required obligation of a public hearing at the city council meeting. So just know you all made it to the right meeting. So thank you for coming and providing feedback. Our council's been really good and has accepted public comment on all of these applications for the 4 years I've been here. But this is the meeting to do it on. And then can I just make one more public notice comment?
Mhm.
So we followed state code and our own code in mailing notice to property owners within 300 feet of the outside boundary of this property. And as people came up and said, I was looking at Weber County GIS and pulling addresses, and most of those properties are over 500 feet away from this particular location in almost any straight line, like as the bird flies. So we use Weber County GIS for the most current addresses, use a buffer, we didn't just go out and hand select. What? No, I absolutely, I don't disagree, but we follow state code. I'm not saying that, we could do 500 or 1,000 feet or whatever, but the code drew a line. State code is what we do, and that's what we sent the mailers out. And I'm glad your neighbors told you. Yeah, I think it went out to about 65.
If we could keep from calling out, please, this isn't, yeah.
Okay,
Not helping your cause.
yeah, and I think a great proposal to city council could be to extend that. 300 feet does seem minimal. I think that's a wonderful thing to bring to city council, because they would be able to elect a different principle for that, because that does seem small. Scott, if I could just ask, because the zoning, right? We're looking at changing zoning. Are we able to give the developer stipulations because they're asking to go from agriculture to obviously a pretty large zoning jump? Whether we approve the large jump or a smaller jump, can we add stipulations that the developer has to give to these lovely folks in their community to better the area? Like, does it work that way? Like,
Yeah.
we can tie it, if we give you this, we want this. Is that an okay?
It is. So
Structure.
legislative decisions are one of those amazing, legal tools that the city has where it's pretty open. There's no obligation on one side, there's no obligation of a city to accept a rezone or an annexation or a zoning text amendment. The legal bar to clear is reasonably debatable, which is if you were to put two reasonable people in a room and they each had an argument on each side, either one of those are okay to go forward. That's what I've learned from land use law
Okay.
and how this works. So
Because it
you
seems
could
like
say,
these folks have some legitimate curb gutter sidewalk
Sure.
problems that are
Yeah.
causing flooding.
Mhm.
Any development on this property is going to, it seems,
Yep.
increase this. So I'm just wondering what would be unreasonable to push the developer to say, well, you need to get these guys curb, sidewalk, gutter, but extending beyond the current development property. Is that completely off the table?
I'm not the city engineer, so as far as figuring out exactly what this property's impacts are and how far downstream it
But we
will
could
affect,
say
but
whatever the impact is, it would have to be addressed.
Yep.
It's like a potential condition of increase in any kind of density.
it would.
potentially.
And in
Okay.
rezones, you do open space dedication, you've got streetscape standards, development standards on the buildings themselves. I mean, there's a wide variety of things that the planning commission could recommend and the council could
Perfect.
potentially add.
Perfect, thank you. So where?
Okay, so I'm gonna, just hit some highlights. Do you have something?
thought
No,
you were
please,
close.
please, no,
thought you
I'm
were gonna
not.
close. I didn't-
Commissioner Bailey.
We've got a couple questions. I'll kind of lead into it. I somewhat agree with the developer. I am a property rights absolutist within the bounds. There's a topic coming up about cottage kitchens. I'll tell you now, there's not anything that's going to stop me from saying people can put a kitchen in their backyard cottage. But my questions come with, there are rules and bounds, there's zoning, there's precedents. So we've got buffers or arguments on the north and south for the R18 and the R2. The R2 being double family duplex homes. The R18 being the 8, meaning 8,000 square foot lots. So my question, cutting right to it, is why are the lots proposed 5,225 square feet,
As opposed to,
8,000?
so the request is for R15, residential R15,
It's
which is
not,
5,000.
it's not a mix is what it says before, where R18 and R4.
I thought it was R15 and R4. It's R15 and R4. So 5,000 up, down to 5,000 square foot lots. And there's some averaging there. So there's some lots in Legacy that are smaller than 5,000.
Okay, so I see the precedent for the R18. We've got that right across the street to the south. I see an argument for even the R2. We've got that to the north with the tree buffer. One of the citizens that was up here talking is just across the street, and I don't know what zone it's in on the zoning map. It's its own private subdivision. They're on the 5,000 square foot lots, but I would say that neighborhood I know gets constant flooding. And I don't know if with the open space and the detention pond, if that's going to handle everything. So I see that that's a concern. My only argument in all of it is I see an argument for R2 and R18. I think there's a precedent. I think that may not make everyone happy. It may not make everyone unhappy, but to me, that's looking like, the precedent we follow could align with that. And that's more for my fellow commissioners. And yeah, R2 has, you can put 2 homes on it, attached homes, and
4,000 square feet.
4,000. Yeah.
Yep.
So the 5,000, I mean, it's somewhere in between. And I've worked on developments with the 5,000. I've worked on a development just like this with the mix of townhomes and single family homes. I wouldn't go to the planning commission meeting, but it turned out okay. It was in a little denser area than this, but anyway, so I see the buffer there and some of the answers regarding the neighborhood commercial. This doesn't mean anything, but I'd be okay with it if I could see something like Straw Market. I think that adds to the community over there in Pleasant View. I think it's kind of nice, go get your little cinnamon roll and a gallon of milk or something. So I'm a little, I don't love the discussion that went along with that, but I think that would be what I would imagine would be hopeful for a community commercial, something that benefits the community at least if we're going to go that way.
Chad.
Yes, I do.
You have to.
I live north of Wadman.
Chad.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry, we need silence, please. We're entering into a discussion.
I think you should stay. You'd be surprised.
You might be surprised.
I think you might be surprised, sir.
You've got to stop the engagement. I
Talk
think we're
like
agitating.
amongst each other.
So-
and not, yeah.
So that's my argument here. There is a precedent of smaller lots around that would be hard to take away someone's property rights, the Randalls. I personally feel like the townhomes, I understand Monroe is going to be a dense corridor, but I think that's a big hang up, at least for me personally.
So
let's
continuing,
Continue to.
do not engage, Chad.
Yeah.
It's only agitating.
So
What?
So I understand what you're saying, Commissioner Bailey, and, I think, it's not a done deal in any way in my mind. I think probably the proposed density, in my opinion, is too high for this area. However,
Is that
However-
point, can we test the water here?
yeah,
on-
can we test the water on that? Does anybody have a different?
Well,
opinion?
I think that we have some non-variables and some variables, right? And so our non-variables are Monroe is going through and
Eventually.
there will be development on this land.
And we will need something to support
So,
traffic along
right.
this road commercially somewhere along Monroe.
exactly.
And
So-
another thing on Monroe, we don't necessarily want to have a million driveways along Monroe.
Correct.
We
So-
want to have access that is reasonable, but not everyone backing out
That's
from a driveway.
to add to the traffic problem,
Yeah.
would become dangerous.
So the variables are density and the commercial zone, right? And so I think that a lot of the comments that we heard lent themselves to some kind of negotiation, some kind of middle ground here. I think that's our responsibility to sort of understand that part of those comments, come to middle ground, whether it's, R15, R18, mixed use there. I think we can either make some of the people happy or all of the people mad.
Yeah,
But either way,
I think it just may not be a viable development for all of those variables. There is more land there, and maybe something could happen with a larger swath of land. All we've been talking about, though, are the ones that are equally close. And if you look at Legacy Parkway or Legacy Park, which is 5,000, it's about the same distance as an R110 and an R112. It's not that much further. I think there's a very clear argument that hasn't been discussed tonight of larger lots, which may not work for the developer. That might not work, but the argument's there.
I think larger lots genuinely work along what will become a very major corridor of Monroe, because that's the one question that seems pressing. And
Well,
what do you,
Johnson lives adjacent to future Monroe up above. It's a really large right of way. There are homes there. I don't know what the proposed speed limits and everything are, but lots of people, I've been in North Ogden, give or take, moving away for college, 32 years of my 37 years. And it's been a pipe dream the whole time. And when this land gets developed, part of the agreement is to put in that Monroe, right? That doesn't necessarily come all out of the city fund.
This is not a new idea.
It's not a new
either,
concept,
so-
but
right.
what I guess what I'm saying, I guess my argument kind of would be townhomes in some areas of some cities, they come when someone comes into an old neighborhood and knocks them down and puts up new townhomes. That's happening a little bit over by the Stake Center on 2600, right? I think there's an argument there. So I'm not overly concerned if we can't control it, but if we were going to go larger lots for the meantime, I'm not overly concerned of children at play. It's a wide right of way. I mean, I kind of burn up the Monroe over here every once in a while, but it works. It's still neighborhood friendly. So I don't know if I would let that be any part of the decision making. If Monroe comes through and it gets busy, everyone adapts, including what goes in this development. It's just something none of us can control.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's probably what's going to happen, you know?
But I agree with that. I think that Monroe, there are going to be transit issues, and it will affect everybody in the city with how traffic flows. But there's a large swath of land here right now. And the precedent that we set with this, it will continue. I mean, I think that's something that we have to consider.
So do you have a recommendation?
Yeah.
I think that definitely larger.
Yeah.
In fact, I think I would just vote no tonight.
Yes.
Based
I
on
think
this.
I think that's what I was getting at. Is it a yes or no vote, or should we then actually offer some recommended
Well,
It's just tough. Everyone drives.
designation?
Everyone sees that field. Everyone imagines their future home there in this lovely field with a view of Ben Lomond, and that's just
you,
kind of
yeah.
precedent.
And we can vote no. We can vote no, but we're kicking the can down the road. And so we're asking all of these good folks to come back for another 3-hour meeting and say the same things. So my question is, can we get to a recommendation tonight? Like, can we get to a recommendation where it's less dense than it has been proposed, but right, because that's part of the reason why I joined Planning Commission, was because I know I can't stop development, but maybe I have a little bit of a chance to help it be the way I want it to be.
Yeah.
And so I'm not opposed to saying no, but I would love to see a solution that we could all agree on.
We'd like to give the Randalls and
Sure.
and their
Representative.
developer
Correct,
representative,
because-
we'd like to give them something.
As a property
work
rights
with.
guy, hopefully you can resonate with that, because that's the problem. We are kicking the can up the road, wasting time, resources. This property is going to keep coming back for rezone. It's, so
Or if we can,
could we,
No.
actually
You can't.
make some recommendations to the city council
Exactly.
with our
Yeah.
vote
exactly.
or with our recommended.
So we vote. So hypothetically speaking, I'm not telling anyone how to vote, but we would vote no and then give a recommendation.
I think
So
so.
we would recommend that they would approve.
The motion would
Correct.
So to cut
would
to the
say
chase,
that
I think we
instead,
should talk
in
about it.
in lieu of this, we
Right.
would recommend a
Right.
higher density, perhaps R18.
Right.
or something along those lines.
Right.
And then we should also
Lower
specifically
density.
address the commercial parcel.
Okay.
Yes.
Ash,
Lower density and commercial parcel. Yeah.
different thoughts about that on this council in terms of what we would
Okay.
what we would vote for in the motion. So the problem is these could be two different things. Do you know what I mean?
It-
So
it-
you want to talk about the commercial parcel?
Yeah.
And then maybe we can roll this into a motion and make a vote and a recommendation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do we want
What
to?
are your thoughts on the commercial parcel?
I think there's gonna be too many strings attached for what I would want the commercial parcel to be. I think there's always good opportunities to bring something that would benefit the immediate residents that would not drive traffic from other areas. I just don't know how we're ever gonna get to a motion that attaches enough strings to it to guarantee that.
Yeah.
So I think part of the motion. I wouldn't 100% end the discussion on the commercial, but I'd like to see some more thoughts on what that would look like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I would, if it,
This office isn't. getting
yeah,
it.
if we could legislate straw market 2, that would be fine, but you can't,
Yeah.
right?
Yes. We all want some cinnamon rolls.
Yeah, but I did get from most of those comments that it was not wanted. I didn't hear anybody say, I love that idea.
You know, with some stop signs, if a kid could ride a bike to get a soda, that might be something I could go for, but
Would-
right now it's too blank.
I would like to remind the commission that one of our goals as a city that I think is pertinent as homeowners for everyone is reduction of property tax. The way we get to reduction of property tax is looking at, and this has been an idea we have approved and supported and pushed as a commission, is small neighborhood commercial. So now we have an opportunity to act on that, and we're already like throwing it out. Are we sure that's, I'm worried about that.
I'm not throwing it out. I just don't know if we need
I don't know.
a chiropractor office in the middle of the neighborhood bringing people from
Like
South
always,
Ogden
we're
there.
talking zoning, and what we're doing is opening up a potential to have a nice neighborhood, little teeny tiny commercial spot. So I know we get worried about like the conceptual of what it could be, but we do, North Ogden, the mayor has been very clear on this, and we know from budget committee, we need the three-legged stool to fund the city. So my only thing is, with this being adjacent to Monroe, this is a rare, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take action on a conceptual idea to actually support all of us and reduce our taxes.
Yeah, I mean,
So I just want to,
Yep, yep.
And
good
this
point.
won't be the last time we see the neighborhood.
I say we
commercial.
table the commercial. It's all coming back. to
We
each other.
Yeah.
will have several spots where this.
You know,
would be-
the neighborhood commercial discussion, we've been supporting this and we love this concept, particularly along future Monroe Boulevard,
Future Mountain Road.
future Mountain Road, because we can't envision this next year. We can't envision it, but 10 years from now, these could be major corridors. And we always talk about, well, maybe we need to look along these corridors when we have that opportunity to at least preserve the land now, even though that commercial development may not come till really the traffic comes at some future date.
Yeah.
But my concern is that this proposed one tonight is so small that I don't think it really meets the intent of that for a chiropractor office
Yeah.
or something along those lines. It really would have to be something that would support the
I think
commuters on those
Yeah,
roads
I
10
think
years
even
from
the
now.
14 acres, I think even the 14 acres is small for all of this.
Yeah.
But I could easily see an area, and even if you look at the old Kings area, I rode my bike in that area when I was a kid. There seems like there's a real element where people could fluidly move through that open space property. We all know it's going to develop one day, and we all kind of hate it, but it's going to.
Mhm.
You know, and it is what it is. Unless somebody buys it, I bought a large piece of land, I kept it open, you know, I
I
did.
don't think the room will be as full of the Kings getting torn down.
No, it won't. But it's not far from there.
Yeah.
And I could see through that area where people live and they move through that, and there's some safety and there's some walkability, and there's like those types of things seem highly possible in an area like this. And I think that's the type of thing that seems like it would be palatable to all of the above and seems doable. But there's going to be major concessions made to get from where we're at today to something like that.
Yeah.
And we won't get there unless people start thinking productively about how to get there. Because the stake in the ground saying, I don't want anything to ever happen, won't be productive. We'll
Right.
probably actually end up with something worse than if all this energy we have, which is great, people come together and think like, you know, how could we make some compromise? How could we work together? What could we do? And it's a terrible thought, right? No one wants to compromise, you know? I'm going to out myself, you know, because I came in planning to,
We'll still love it.
yeah, thanks. Like literally when that 80-foot Monroe was going there, I was in the first kindergarten class of Green Acres Elementary, and I shoved some potatoes in some of the developers' backhoes because that was my land, and I moved their lines, you know, and I don't care if it's on public record, I did it. It was a statute of limitations. But I did, you know, and I know that area. When someone was talking about the flooding, I can remember the cattails in certain areas and where I ice skated and all that kind of stuff. Like I know those fields really well. This really isn't a great spot for what's being proposed.
That's what
It's
I don't,
not.
I'm just not sure it's the right place.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Or time, and these are good thoughts. And you know, the things I heard was like the
Yeah.
flooding, the capacity of the elementary school.
Well, with the school, as a school administrator, I do want to point out the school system and a Weber School District, and it doesn't mean that your complaints aren't valid. They should be responsive though, like not the other way around. So like what is built, the rooftops that are placed in Weber School District has a responsibility to house those students properly. And if they're not, we should take it to them because you're absolutely right. We don't need overflowed special education classrooms. And I'm not saying I'm not a fan of super high density all the time myself, but we don't want to let that drive like, you know, rooftop consideration.
Yeah,
Because they need to respond to
I'm
that.
not, that's not driving my opinion
Right.
specifically, but you know, this is a lot of people and a lot of neighbors, and I try to put myself in their shoes to say, okay, what would be palatable in my neighborhood, you know? Unfortunately, I think you guys know the reality is that RE20 is not going to remain there. This farm field is not going to remain there because, you know, we do have to respect the Randall family and, you know, what they're, and the surrounding precedent that we're going to do. But I think the point is well taken that if we move forward with this particular high density development, that is the new precedent for the area. So it's a beautiful project, maybe just not the right location. Yeah, for our city. So I think what I would either entertain a motion or I could make a motion that we could at least talk to and vote to.
Well, can we, I guess the question I think can we talk about, we're saying, we're hearing these people, we're not so sure, so what I'm getting from several of you. So is there a zone designation we would like to consider proposing to city council and to this development group? Because that's our job as future planners. So I feel like giving city council, like, and I know you're not suggesting that, but we've got to give them.
I would,
We gotta give
I have one
plan.
I could suggest, but
So what are you, do you mind leading out on that?
I would go for,
Did keep police and say something that.
I think you have to use.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
yes. So I think just to be responsive to the precedent of the density and the surrounding area and, you know, what's going along there. I am not opposed to the commercial, piece, by the way. I like that piece, but it's not big enough. It's not the right one for the future. It's not particularly palatable right now, but I like R18 for this area, and I'll tell you why. It's just that with the larger properties, with the flooding issues, it's, you know, it's less people in the area. It's more, I guess, appropriate for the feel of the neighborhood, but it also leaves enough landscaping and grass and green space to maybe not have the flooding issues that we might with a higher density, you know, less green space type of.
It would have to have additional dedication of detention.
Yeah.
In fact, I believe the Stormwater Master Plan has a big detention facility in this area that they would have to accommodate, so.
But I am not tied to R18. If somebody else has a different.
Clarify that though, because I know you're an expert in this area. So you're saying that single family, bigger lots would actually
Tell Nisa to use it.
increase the need for detention basin?
Use your
Oh, sorry,
microphone.
increase the need or just,
Not necessarily, but the Stormwater
microphones?
Master Plan does have a large regional detention basin located in this area. And so
Oh, sorry. I thought you were
it
done.
just needs to be incorporated into whatever project. And that's independent of what the zoning is. So,
Okay, and we can actually include that in a motion.
And I think the motion as such a preliminary stage, I think if I were to make a motion, I never do because I don't know how to do it. I don't think. In my motion, I would have something that is no, come back with something that's more in scale with the surrounding property, whatever that means. Because that gives the developer freedom. There is a precedent for different zoning in this area. I mean, you can see on the zoning map, there's lots. Some of the areas across the street were built in like 2005, right? So it's a near precedent. But I think to not stifle what could happen here, that is part of the motion. It's a little vague,
No, that's.
but I
What
think
about the commercial part? Leave it out?
Maybe just don't. I mean,
If he says no, then it's probably no for the whole project.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that motion actually, because it leaves.
I'm gonna leave the commercial out because I
Yeah,
just,
too much, yeah.
right now it's so small.
Yeah.
It's so small that anything there isn't a huge impact, but it's also so small that the likelihood.
Yeah. But
So-
we are, the sizing, it doesn't size up right, but I am in favor of the commercial development along that.
I am as well.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of support there.
With a vision of the building and parking, I'd be in favor.
Yeah.
And remember, this is neighborhood commercial, just to clarify, this is very limited, low impact commercial we're
Can you-
discussing.
And the city council is going to weigh in.
right. So Chad, we talked about here, lining it up with what's around it. And we're bordered there with an R18 and an R15. If we look at that other parcel to the west, correct? Which I think we need to consider here. Because I think that those two will sort of move. I don't want to say they'll move together, but I think we need to look at that and sort of say, if we can rezone, if we're going to rezone, let's do these both together. And I think in R15, R18 mixed use, their recommendation, it would be
Yeah,
appropriate.
I actually would go R18 and potentially higher. You know, I don't see the argument for 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
don't either.
I see where it is, but I have a hard time going lower than 8,
Can-
honestly,
can
here.
you
In
explain,
this area.
In
this
that
area.
particular area, yeah.
explain your reasoning, just so I can help with my.
Sure, because I
thinking.
think it's in the middle of a couple of parcels of property that are still open. I don't think it touches anything other than tiny touches of R18. And I think the distance to R15 and an R10 and an R112 are equidistant. There's a lot of R5 property but it's if you look at the zoning map, it's still far enough away that I don't see it.
I just want to add on. I like the come back and try again with the surrounding context, because I don't want to say R18 and they go to the drawing board and want to pack in R18. It might pencil different. Let's leave some creativity here.
Yeah.
If we say R18, they're going to pack in R18. If we say R15, it's going to happen. Maybe it looks something with some creative heads on it where it is a mix or it is drawing from the surrounding
And
zone.
there's
So I
more
think
land
it's,
there. There's a piece of property that is under contract.
Yeah.
Some of these properties could be lumped together
Yeah.
and you could have a totally different vision. It's 14 acres, but it's still only 14 acres.
Yeah.
But it's not 14 acres where there's nothing next to it. There's options here. And I think those options should be considered. And I would recommend that the people who are going to be talking, who's 500 names that signed the commission, I would recommend that as you guys talk, you start figuring out like what you would want to see that's productive. Because it is not going to work to just say no, no, no forever. It's not going to work.
It's not going to stay RE20.
And it would
No.
be helpful if the two properties, one thing, and I think, you, Commissioner Webb, kind of pointed this out, but I think that it's really important that it'd be nice to have a park or some public amenity for these folks. If we were to think of these in sequence together, master plan it as a giant unit, what would that look like? What could be a beautiful neighbor for these people?
Yeah, but it's
Because
in 14 acres. Can the citizens really afford to pay for one more park? Like there's.
Well,
maintenance
they
and-
did mention though,
I know
yeah,
it's something that.
and I don't mean necessarily a city, but I mean, they mentioned the need for like a playground for kids and they are going to have these two major intersecting roads. All I'm saying is I do like your thinking though, that we need to look at this as a combined unit. But remember, this was presented this way to have increased density among the major traffic corridor to decrease driveways coming out onto that
Yep.
corridor.
Yeah, and I agree. The only reason the only way it would stay RE20 is if someone bought it and decided to keep it RE20. That's it.
Well, and I would say that I do think it's very unfortunate that these agricultural areas are being just absolutely they're all going to turn into homes. I wish the city maybe would consider, city council, getting together with some of this, this idea of a conservation easement, and really looking at what could we actually preserve. The problem is we're not in a position to do that right here tonight. But it would be really nice because they are starting to collapse rapidly. And no doubt, that's why we all love this city. We hear this, but we also have this balance of property owner rights. But there's some really interesting things cities have accomplished that are in rural areas like North Ogden with growth, conserving a parcel of open space. It takes community effort, it takes willingness, and it takes a lot of advanced coordination. And unfortunately, we're a little late on this one, I think, because now we have property owners whose rights need to be addressed.
Yep.
So,
Puts it back to what's the right, I like your compromise, so.
Your motion.
yeah, so are you willing to,
For generic?
Want to walk through me? I'll make a motion. Feel free to shut me down. Feel free
A
to,
recommendation.
I'll make a recommendation.
Act on
Is it a motion? to
A
recommend?
motion to make a recommendation.
Okay. I make a motion to make a recommendation for the Randall property and their representative to take into consideration the zoning context of the surrounding areas and use that as inspiration for another draft to bring before the planning commission.
And so our recommendation is to vote no.
To vote no on the current plan and to bring a revised concept that takes into account the surrounding precedent, the surrounding zones, and the surrounding context to see if we can't see something different that might be more palatable.
more palatable, meaning a
uh,
little less dense.
Sorry, to
Can we
see something
say-
that isn't. I make a motion, I'm gonna go back. I make a motion to make a recommendation for the Randalls and their representative to come back with a new concept plan that focuses on the existing density in the area and builds upon the precedent that's been set with the zoning and the proximate land to this parcel.
do you want to pick one of those? Because they're
I
bordered
know
by
that.
a few,
Yeah,
right? Do we want to say R18? Do we want to put a number on it?
No less than R1A.
There you go.
I mean, I'm in the design industry. I'd rather have the freedom to see what happens.
So.
But
so
that's
does
gonna-
Anybody second this motion or would they like to have an alternate motion?
Well,
Please- I mean, I would love to be
want to
voted no.
massage this motion because I like it, but the freedom that you put there says, like, he may come back with less townhomes, right? So I want to put
Okay,
some,
I'll revise one more time.
Yeah.
Sorry, everybody.
I'm sorry, Chad.
No, I'm gonna revise. This is important.
Too big.
I make a motion to make a recommendation for no on the current concept plan presented by the Randalls and the representative. And with this motion, I emphasize no on the R4 zoning. And I invite the Randalls and their representative to come with a new concept plan that responds to the zoning and the proximity of the Randalls property, particularly the zonings that directly abut the current zone.
So I don't want to I don't want to make this meeting go longer, but I'm curious if the chair would be willing to ask the applicant who's sitting in the room if they would just prefer that we give them a zone so that they can go forward to city council and that we've planned for them.
Let me jump in
Yeah,
instead of asking
please.
them.
Yeah.
Please, please.
Hey.
Hey.
Not helping.
Come on,
Please,
guys.
yeah.
Not me.
Excellent. Your motion tonight for a recommendation allows the applicant to take it to the council. There's no, your recommendation is essentially you're denying the request. They can then take it to the council where the council can do what they want with it.
Yeah.
Or
Point. I
they
did s-
could bring it back to you, you know, based on the way you're phrasing this with a new plan proposed. It would really be up to them.
And that's, I guess, what I was concerned about was
Back to this.
correct, having it to have to come back to us with that motion, because it feels like our job is to give city council a recommendation of how to proceed with this person. But I guess we could put that motion forth. I think it coming back tonight was the night to make the plan, I guess.
Try one more.
So you're saying we don't actually have to make a recommendation tonight to the city council? We could just request the applicant?
So the way the statute works is if you make a vote on the zone to deny or approve it, then it goes to the council or the applicant has the option of going there. If you voted to table it, saying that you want them to come back to you, then they come back to the planning commission before they go back to the council.
John, I have
I'd like to send him to city council.
one other
and table it.
question.
I'd rather come back here.
If it goes to city council, they can, if we deny it, it still can go to the city council
Be approved.
and be approved.
Correct, which
And
is
if we table it, it doesn't go.
But at the council, there will not be a public hearing, correct?
Correct.
Because this is the time for the public hearing.
Correct.
So the public will
And-
not have a choice to attend and comment.
They will comment as part of the public comments at the beginning of the meeting, not during the actual agenda item. That's the way the structure is.
Yeah, I recommend
It,
that we have them come back to us.
So
Yeah,
we would
rather
have
than
to
go to city
table it
council.
then.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think there's enough clamor.
I just
Okay.
want to ask
I
the city
agree.
attorney, though, is if the applicant would, if their intent is they don't want to come back, they just want to take it to the city council, do they have that choice?
There's a provision in state code called the ripcord provision. If they exercise that, then this group has to make an official recommendation within 45 days.
Okay. All right.
So it would still come back on a future agenda if you tabled it, but you'd have that.
So let
45
me
days.
ask Mr. Freebaron. What's your pleasure, sir?
yeah, I appreciate the consideration. I think our preference, I mean, we do genuinely want positive staff recommendation. We do genuinely want positive planning commission recommendation. We do think it matters. And so, you know, and I know that means something to the council as well. So frankly, I'd love the opportunity to go back to the drawing board, come back with something different. I like the idea of coming back with some different alternatives, and doesn't mean we have to have those today or tomorrow or even next week, but sometime in the near future, come back with something different.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
that mean
Thank
we
you.
would want to table it?
Oh, yeah.
Is that correct, John? Or does that
Yes.
table this exact proposal? Do we table this now?
So
or do
you
we-
table the discussion and that allows it to come back at a future
Okay.
meeting.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And then we
Okay,
would have
so
another
do we
public
all feel
hearing,
good
Hey,
about
that's a,
this?
or no?
Chad, you can. do
Well,
this motion.
in the planning commission, the way your rules and procedures are, it wouldn't necessarily be a formal public hearing, but you allow public comments on every item. And so
Right.
people could comment at that
Okay.
meeting.
So we need a motion to table.
Okay, yes, could you make that?
With the tabling, you just,
Yes,
yeah.
I make a motion that we table the rezoning property at 1715 East, 2100 North to a future date.
Hey, John, there's a motion on the table. So
Oh.
Chad's motion.
It
so I
didn't
think
get seconded
It
though.
didn't get
It didn't get
seconded.
seconded.
So do you
die
have to
Died.
with your
withdraw your
second?
motion?
There was no second.
There was no
There was no
second, so
second.
it dies.
There was no second. I mean, I was,
No, that's good. I just wanted to make.
we're
sure
just
we
gonna say,
follow
we do
it.
Like
it.
to withdraw it?
I'll withdraw my motion.
Good.
John, I have a question procedure wise. If we table this, is there another notice that goes out?
There is not another notice because there's not another public hearing.
Okay.
Correct. So
I think they'll make it known.
Is everyone?
I also feel like we very much, like, we understand where you're coming from. Like
We hear you.
we hear you. So if that's any consolation to not having a notice, so we have no control over that, but we hear you. So I did make that motion. I don't have a second yet.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a vote. Any
Comments?
discussion?
Yeah. Can we give the, or are we going to give the developer any direction?
When we table it, we just table it.
And I
They can
think
take
he's
our
got
comments
them
we've
from
said,
his
He got it.
whole-
but we
It's like-
don't string attach, we
We've been
table it
clear.
and say we're not sending it to city council.
Right.
I think they've heard.
Okay.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a vote on the motion. Commissioner Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Watson.
Yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Yes.
Commissioner Gardner,
Yes.
Commissioner Bailey,
Yes.
Commissioner Neighbor.
Yes.
And I vote yes, so that is unanimously.
Commissioner Nancaro, excuse me, Ryan over here,
Oh, sorry.
who motioned and seconded that? Sorry.
Emotion.
Commissioner.
And I second.
Thank you, thank
Bailey.
you.
All right.
And is there a certain agenda this will come back on?
I don't think we will know the date until the developer can have some time to
Okay.
reevaluate. Okay.
And we also do post all of our agendas on Facebook and we notice those out for every meeting. So if you're not on North Ogden City's proper Facebook, I would get on that and you can watch those notices come through. That's probably the best way. Or it's northogdencity.gov, right on the front page, agendas and minutes for all city council, planning commission. You pull them out and they're just date driven there. So they're available for you.
We should table this.
I'm sorry, what?
Yes.
The Thursday prior to the meeting. Yep. So, right. Then we meet the first and third Wednesday of each month for this body. Yeah, thank you.
We have to talk about. So I think table it.
Table it or move it to later in the agenda?
If we change, well,
These people will.
We,
let's, yeah.
So, we're gonna, we're done with this item, but we still have the item that I know many people are here for on the annexation request for the Atkinson Pauling property. So we were just talking among ourselves about moving this up on the agenda
Sure.
to be next.
Yeah.
And,
So we'd like to move
but
to
we'll
item
need-
7.
we'll need a motion on that.
Yes.
Yes.
yeah, of course.
You need a motion.
We need a motion to. move
I
it-
motion that we move the annexation discussion for the Atkinson Pauling property to our next item.
Those in favor?
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. Does anybody need a 5-minute break before we?
I'm good.
Aye. I'll
I'm
be
just
fine.
getting started, you know?
While everybody's moving around.
Okay.
I'm just-
Take a break.
Yeah, I'm just gonna run to the restroom. Quick and I'll be right.
Yeah, I might as well.
East. And as we look at this isn't going to be a public hearing like the last one, but we will take public comment because we are interested in what everybody has to say. And we know you've come out here tonight to, spend your time and give us your thoughts on it. So how this will work is a public hearing for this annexation is actually at the city council level. So whatever we make the recommendation to the city council here, I encourage you to attend the following city council meeting because that is where they will actually have the official public hearing to take all of the comments on this particular topic. So tonight, what we're going to do is discuss and make a recommendation on the annexation of this piece of property into the city. And we will talk about applying a zoning designation to that property. And what we're going to do now is turn that over. The presenter tonight is Mr. Hess.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm going to make it a little bit more complicated and confusing because this process, as it's an annexation, the notices go out through Weber County and then our city recorder's office. And the meeting tonight is intended, it's on the heels of a work session that was held with city council and publicly noticed, but didn't have a larger notice go out. And they did a work session with city council on this particular project. You're previewing it tonight to provide comments back with the intent of doing the public hearing as part of the annexation and application of a zone on November 19th.
Okay.
So we're 2 weeks ahead of that. Tonight was really supposed to be here's information to consider. We have the applicant here to discuss the project as they've recommended it and get feedback from the Planning Commission on what to bring back in 2 weeks for your recommendation to the council. And then it'll roll through the annexation process, which is on its own state required like public hearing and time frame. And annexations take between 8 and 12 weeks to get through. So they're kind of longer processes with several public hearing portions and notices.
So we are not looking for a specific recommendation to the city council tonight.
No, we're actually just looking for feedback and discussion for the applicant to take back and work on the project and then bring back the proposal for November 19th. And I'll talk to John about the timing of the city recorder's notice and whether or not that's enough notice or whether we notice this project in particular. But typically an annexation through the city recorder, all of that notice goes through their office. And we're just one component in addition to culinary water, stormwater, sewer can the city provide essential services to any one particular property, this one being from the unincorporated county potentially moving into North Ogden.
Okay.
So sorry, with that lead up, we have the property owned by the Pauling and Atkinson families. It's been applied for an annexation. It's located approximately 1978 North, 1150 East. The city council approved and accepted the annexation on October 28th, 2025, which really is just to say that they accepted that there is a petition, a request to come into the city. It doesn't do anything more than that other than farm it out to a bunch of departments in the city to gather information. The public hearing on that will be presented in the future. I'd watch your mailboxes for that notice coming from the city zone or the city recorder. The Planning Commission should discuss the request to apply a single-family R15 zone. There are some potential amendments to the zone that the developer is looking at, and also some development agreement portions for this request. Our city staff, our city engineer, we've provided some comments on the concept plan. This is an area we understand has significant groundwater issues, some of which would be remedied by the development through the storm detention system that would force it to dry the property up. And the developer has some other, information that they'd like to present or the way they'd build the project so that it doesn't continue to flood basements and cause water issues. Some discussion items for the Planning Commission I laid out in the staff report. We do have long-term planning and general plan consistency. And I think we just had a really good conversation about that our general plan is pretty loose on specifics in future planning for specific zones to apply. And this one is no different really than the Randall property in that it's immediately bordered by 1/3 acre lots to the north in the Fernwood subdivision quarter acre lots to the south in the Ward Farm subdivision, and then between 4,500 and 6,000 square foot lots touching it immediately west in Quail Ponds. So you have a really broad swath of different zones in there, and they're requesting about 5,000 square foot lots on average on 2 private streets with 1 public street between. Those have always been stub streets from Fernwood and Ward Farms. No intention of having those be cul-de-sacs or cut off access to those properties. It's, you know, as far as transportation planning goes, that north-south connector has always been a portion of the project. The other issue is groundwater and dewatering. It's an infill project, so it's, you know, again, it's kind of difficult to assess what is the very best mix of lot sizes for an infill project. The moderate income housing plan is required by the state, has the city's efforts to provide attainable housing. In that, the city council in past projects has required deed restrictions for home ownerships, homeowners associations that would manage those types of programs, reduce the potential for projects like a bunch of houses to go up and then be owned and rented by a single entity. So we're really trying to provide home ownership opportunities. The current ownership, I was out on utahrealestate.com during the last meeting just looking at average house sizes and prices. And North Ogden, it's really difficult to get anything below about $220 per square foot. So in looking at, if you were to build a 1,600 square foot home, and even if you had the existing homes, so 1,600 times 220, you're at a $352,000 house, which there's not a single family standalone new home in almost anywhere of Weber County that's hitting that. The estimate here is that the developer's shooting for sales price below 500,000. The governor's position is single family standalone homes at $450,000 is the kind of attainable goal. And I think that land values in North Ogden are so high, it's just really difficult to see that. The height restrictions, the developer would request a minimum of 30 foot for a 2-story home. Everywhere in North Ogden on a single family zone allows 35 feet tall. So that's just like our standard zoning across everywhere, regardless of the single family zone. Staff would recommend setback standards be applied to limit really, really large houses, oversized homes on small lots. So you'd kind of have that massing, and it would limit the square footage of the homes in an attempt to hit a moderate or more attainable housing. There's not a whole lot of open space that's provided here, and you had talked about trade-offs in zoning. So one of these things that the staff is looking at is there, you know, increase in density over what might have been considered at like an R110 or R18, but provide some level of open space. And the current development has a small tot lot, like playground on their detention, but I think that that's something that should be discussed is whether or not additional open space in this area makes more sense. There's the Fruitland right-of-way roadway design. They're currently going to build just the same sidewalk that connects Fernwood and Ward Farms. And that's just a little infill piece of it. We've talked with the city engineer, and I know that Commissioner Green has brought this up several times. The city engineer and the planning department may look at a curb to curb width that would be consistent along all of Fruitland. And then it'd be contextually based on what happens above the curb. So in some areas you'd have a more rural feeling side path. In other areas, it'd be full sidewalk, curb and gutter where it's a little more developed. But in this particular case, since it's connecting two existing sidewalks and missing sidewalk, it would just be developed the same way that Ward Farms and Fernwood were. This is an annexation. It's not really a rezoning, but it's application of a zone. And there's some discussion about conformance with the general plan. So I think that you can make an argument in several different ways on what residential standalone density stands for as far as that the general plan goes. But it leaves that legislative authority to the city council. So for tonight, staff does not have a recommendation. It's just that Planning Commission listen to the application proposal, provide feedback on the conceptual design with the intent that this comes back on the 19th for the Planning Commission to make a recommendation to the city council. And just to stay on timelines for the city recorder and the annexation process generally, they're typically not held or tabled. So at the meeting on the 19th, I would come kind of prepared to consider the proposal as brought forward by the applicant. And even if it's a no vote, that'll just all move forward and there's a whole annexation package that the city recorder presents to the council and a decision is made. So with that, I'll take any questions that you have, and we have our applicant representative with us tonight.
The only question I had was, during that last big storm with all the flooding that we had, what was happening in this particular parcel? Was it underwater?
Well, no, because it all ended up in the basements of the property owners to the south. So that's a really like cheeky answer, I'm sorry, but the property it's excessively wet. I mean, it's effectively a swampland right now.
Yes.
And I know that, as far as I've heard and I've seen and I understand, the property owner who owns the parcel to the north essentially flood irrigates it. So that property was very wet from flood irrigation. Then we had an unprecedented amount of rainfall and the water sheet flowed off of the property. And it was doing that in Ward Farms before Ward Farms was developed, and in Fernwood before Fernwood was developed. And in many ways, development helps solve water issues because it forces it into stormwater systems that right now it just surface runs. And again, I'm not a land use attorney and we have one in the room, but I've learned from him that water is the common enemy, meaning that it's really not anybody's fault when a flood happens, when unprecedented amounts of water fall. You just sandbag your own property and you hope it doesn't flood. So there's not a whole lot that we could do, that the city could do. We were out there helping pump basements out, but it wasn't isolated to just this area. We had flooding all over the city.
No, I guess my concern is, and I'm not an engineer, but just common sense would tell me that if it's now small lots with not a lot of, landscaping and, a lot less of that, and there's no basements, where does the water go? And so I think just logically, if I lived next to that, I'd be thinking, well, I don't know about this,
Yeah, small lots, it's interesting because you're permitted to cover up to 50% of any one lot with impervious surface. And that's rooftop sheds, accessory buildings, RV pads, parking areas. And that seems like a lot until you see several of our subdivisions on quarter-acre lots with really large amounts of concrete or really large accessory buildings. We have many areas of the city that are at that 50%. And so with smaller lots, it's really typically the same amount of under roof coverage. It's just sort of dotted instead of like, here's a 5,000 square foot home and here's a 5,000 square foot home. So where the water would go, they have the proposal plan for the detention basin to be on the southwest corner of the property, which is near a private land drain through Ward Farms that ultimately gets it into 1900 North. And that's where the potential outfall would go. So the water would be directed through the streets, the stormwater system into that detention basin. And then detention basins operate kind of like a bathtub with an overflow drain that they are designed to fill up and then be metered out at a slower rate into the system. So it's like.
So it actually
emptying
could
it.
help control the
Mhm.
flooding issues in.
And it has in several other places of the city. So, the surface flooding that we have on a hillside community like North Ogden runs rampant, and each development kind of takes care of the water on its own development. And that's a requirement by the state. It's a requirement by our city engineer, and it's not something that anybody gets out of. So collecting storm detention in a way or in a size that meets the development is just a hard requirement. And that's an administrative decision. Tonight, what you're considering again is that legislative decision, which is just apply the zone. You have a concept to sort of back up the developer's request, but when it gets past a zone being applied, and whether that's 5,000 square foot lots or 10,000, it goes through the administrative process that's reviewed by all of the city departments and then comes to you. And it only makes it back to planning commission once everyone feels confident that this meets all the rules and regulations.
Including the city engineer.
Yeah, we don't, and I mean, our charge as the planning, really is all of the city departments is we don't create the laws, we administer them. So our city council is the one who sets up those rules and regulations. And then our charge is to go out there and make sure applications come in and they meet those rules.
Great, thanks, I appreciate it. Anybody have any questions for Scott? I know this isn't a public hearing, but I know you've all come here, so we're open to some public input if you're so inclined. Please, sir.
Thank you.
I'm John Telly. I live at, on the 1900 North, which is the street just south of the development. And I have a few issues with perhaps Scott's analysis of the area. Let me start with, in the current proposal, the neighborhood to the north of the development is all zoned R110, a minimum lot size of 10,000 square feet. About half the homes, and these are established neighborhoods, half the homes are single story. The neighborhood to the south of the development is all zoned R18, an 8,000 square foot minimum. Most of the homes there are single story. The neighborhood to the east of the development is RE20, rural residential or residential estate. Along with Fruitland Drive, it has a very rural feel. The proposed development next down to the west, and it has a very small common boundary with Quail Ponds. Quail Ponds was granted a PUD. Normally you grant a PUD if there's some overriding reason for the higher density housing, and normally the PUD gives back to the city some benefit. Most of Quail Ponds is surrounded by RE20, R110, and R18, with a very small border to the proposed development, which is proposing R15. The proposed development is proposing R15 with variances. Most of the lots on the linear borders, the long stretches of linear border, are below 4,800 square feet at variance with R15. The properties on the ends are larger than R15 and meeting that designation. All of the homes in the proposed development are two-story. So we've got homes on the north that are half single-story, homes on the south that are mostly single-story. All these homes proposed are two-story. The proposed development is not part of a PUD, and there's no significant compensating feature from the proposed development as part of the process. The R15 zoning variances with zonians is 2 times the density of the housing to the north, almost 2 times the density of the housing to the south, way more than 2 times the density of the rural section to the west, to the east, and consistent with the density of Quail Ponds to the west, which has this small common border. In conclusion, you're putting a small development with higher density housing in established neighborhoods of lower density housing. That will certainly pull the property values down of all those surrounding neighborhoods. You're perhaps talking about millions of dollars of property loss. The proposed development has only 2 access points on 925 East, one to the north and one to the south of the development. That is going to greatly increase the traffic flow on 925 East, 1900 North, 2050 North, and 850, the only way into those 2 access points. So the only reasonable zoning for the property owners surrounding this development is to zone it at an equal or lower density than the surrounding development. That would mean R110 or lower, not R15, which is twice the density. And the new property should have 4 access points rather than 2 to try and reduce the traffic problem in and out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Dave Hume, I'm a North Ogden resident. Just a couple more things to add on to that. When you look at Quail Ponds, one of the things that's interesting about Quail Ponds is that though it is R15, the access to the collector road for them goes through their own neighborhood. So everyone that bought in Quail Ponds knows that that's their neighborhood. these properties to the north and the south of this one that we're talking about here didn't buy with that expectation in mind that someone would put that. And so these people are going to, there's, you know, all these homes proposed in that area. And it really, I think, should be called something like R 4.5, the way they've proposed it. But, and that's one of the key things. I mean, not only are they asking for R15, they're asking for R15 with a bunch of caveats like, oh, and by the way, give us this, you know, a little bit smaller lots and setbacks. I mean, they're really asking you to jump through a lot of hoops. To be honest, I think it's just an unfortunate piece of property. I think any respectable engineer that looks at this knows there's basically room for 3 rows of houses, but there's no good way to do that, right? Unless you have a house where the front is on one road and the back is on another. But that's really all there is room for here, which again is unfortunate because the only real solution I can see, and when I first saw this piece, I didn't actually get to see the map at first. And I was like, how are they going to do this? Like, these are either going to be huge lots or they're going to be unbelievably tiny. Well, we know what they chose. So yeah, that's the biggest thing. It's also, they've talked about private streets in there. I've watched a lot of private streets. One in particular in Legacy North, they routinely come back as a homeowners association to the city council or planning commission or whoever and say, would you please take over our snow removal? Can we dedicate these streets to you? And North Ogden has to say no, like, and hopefully they keep saying no, because you built these too small. And we told you when you built them, like, we're never going to plow these for you because they don't meet our standards. Same thing's true, at least the size wise, down by where I live in Cold Springs. But I wanted to bring up Cold Springs for another reason. I heard it said from the developer. I actually heard it from you guys, which frankly a little bit frustrated or disappointed at. I don't think I heard anyone here saying, we expect that to stay a rural piece of property forever, and no, we don't want to pay any money for that. And yet that's kind of what these good people have been accused of. The reality is that the second speaker tonight outlined all the reasons why it was more appropriate to do a 12.5 or a 10. And every time you guys mentioned an 8, there was applause in this room, right? So give these people some credit and just remember that they didn't ask for it not to be developed. They didn't ask to strip away the private property rights of these people. They just said, will you please hold them accountable to the standards that the city has previously set and which all these surrounding homeowners expected this to be. That's the same way with this piece of property here. Like I said, it's unfortunate and I feel bad. If this had been developed at the same time as Ward Farms, I think there would have been a lot more options, but that's not what happened. And now they're kind of left with a piece of property that's really difficult to develop in any way other than pretty big lots. I tried to get creative with it. You know, you can try and make homes where there's a frontage on the vertical, and so that 80-foot, you know, gets stacked north to south, but it's just practically impossible. I ran it through AI just to see if they had any ideas. We're at least 10 years away from that being viable as far as I'm concerned. I should have brought it, you would have laughed. Anyway, yeah, I appreciate your time. And ultimately, I think that's what I'm hearing from people. And, you know, like I said, when Cold Springs went in by me, I was accused of the same thing. I was accused of like, well, you know, you can't stop progress and like this, unless you can buy this. And no, I mean, like I had literally brought in a map that my wife, who's an artist, drew. And I said, you know, here's what this would look like if it was R18 or R10 or whatever it was. This is what we're asking for. And yet I was treated like I was trying to deny them their private property rights. I think almost everybody understands that these fields that we love are going to get developed and that people have a right to make some money off it that have farmed it for 175 years. But these people also have rights. And they have rights to to be able to expect the city to treat them, the way that they basically said they were going to be treated in the general plan and all that. So, thank you.
Hi.
Hi there.
I'm Catherine Priebison. I live in North Ogden. I chose this community for a reason, one of them being quick access to, I hate public speaking, disclosure. We all chose this community for a reason, one of them being quick access to the mountains without the hours of traffic or full parking lots at the trailheads as seen in the, can you do this for me, honey?
You're doing great. Take a
Thanks.
breath. It's all good.
Without the traffic or the full parking lots at trailheads as seen in surrounding areas like Salt Lake, Denver, and their suburbs. Change is inevitable, excuse me, and it can be done well. The developer stated that, excuse me, lost my train of, okay. It does not need to replicate the cities that have failed to do it well before us. One definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. So let's do something different. In my communication with the mayor, he responded very quickly, and so did the city council members, and I genuinely appreciate that attention. He responded and said that for me to insinuate the council is not protecting its citizens is a conclusion not based on facts, but simply emotion. And I'd like to address that directly. To dismiss concerns as simply emotion is to misunderstand the very core of what it means to lead a community. Emotions are not the enemy of rational thought. They are often the foundation. Our desire for safety, stability, a healthy environment, and a sense of belonging are all powerful emotions that drive us to protect our community. I suspect the reason you all work so hard to get where you are today was at its core emotionally driven. When we talk about the increased traffic, we are talking about the emotional and mental well-being of our citizens. Increased road rage, less time with family, and strain on marriages. When we express concern over losing our community's unique character and desirable screen space, we are expressing the love we have for our home. These are valid human concerns and deserve a thought, not a dismissal. A decision that ignores the profound emotional impact of current residents is not a decision based on facts, but rather an incomplete one. Whew. As you move through these next couple of weeks, take notice of the wait times at the post office, the grocery store, and how long it takes to get an appointment with a medical specialist or at the closest Social Security office. As a recent victim of a flooding event, along with some of our neighbors in that neighborhood, where the stormwater backed up into our basements through the city drains, nature proved the current system couldn't handle what was already there. Adding more paved surfaces and heat islands with the reduction of green space is predictable for negative outcomes. When you say attainable housing, at $500,000 for a 500 square foot lot, I'd like to ask attainable for who? With these big companies, they will always have deeper pockets than our residents. Money talks louder is a common saying I hear. Has there ever been a discussion about giving the community and current residents the opportunity to buy and preserve places like these sections, in sections, as the developers break up the lots and sell them individually? Why don't we as a community have the opportunity to buy a section before these developers move in? We would love to buy the parcel behind our lot and protect it and keep it green. We don't have the means to buy the whole thing. The mayor wrote, "It does not matter who owns the property. Once ownership changed hands, the current owner has the rights." I am not here to argue that point. I am talking about the rezoning of a property, which is, I can only assume, a sale and the ownership is contingent upon a potential buyer being a developer with no long-term stake in our community's future, one who is likely asking for their most profitable and highest ask, where all negotiations begin. I'm not opposed to change, but it has to be reasonable and, as the mayor said, looked at for all parties. Thanks.
Thank you.
Could you put the map back up?
I got take maybe 3.
I'm Tanya Schmidt. My house number is 919. I'm on a corner. I am on the north side. My backyard faces the pasture. If I bought that lot because it's beautiful, I have a view of the mountains. If I have to look out at townhouses and not the mountains, that's not what I bought the area for. That's not right. But another thing to consider is that's a small street. My doorbell camera catches prime UPS in that small street going up and down constantly. If you put townhouses and smaller houses there, those are the type of people that frequent prime. They have deliveries. They have food deliveries. The traffic is going to be horrendous. You've only had one street. It needs to also have a street exit up on Fruitland Drive. Why can't we just have the same size lots, just go around there? It's easy. Why do we have to have all of these high density housing? This isn't where it should be placed. I don't even know if I can sell my house for what I've got into it if they do that. Anyway, my thoughts.
Thank you. You know, before somebody else comes up, I have a question for Mr. Hess. So, these residents are referencing a development where we're really looking at annexation and a zoning designation. But would it be prudent for us to hear from the applicant about what the proposal is before we proceed?
Yep, and this is the proposal. If you want the applicant to go meet it with whichever way you want to do it.
Yeah,
basically.
why don't, so at least we know the vision that we're looking at, because I'm just focused on, what the appropriate zoning is. But since there is a proposed development, if we could ask the applicant to come forward.
My name is Garrett Seeley, representing the Atkinson family and the Pauling families. Appreciate the time to be here to do this work session, to find out more about really, the viability and the willingness to work with us and us work with you on this site. We do appreciate the comments from the city or the citizens. We do know that this is a change. We understand that completely. We don't want to cram things down their throat. I don't want to be that kind of person that comes across as demeaning or it's my way or the highway. I mean, that's the whole purpose of why we're having this meeting, number one. To go back to what was said earlier about the way this is designed, it is unfortunate that they didn't sell with one of the other subdivisions. It would have worked out so much better, period. I mean, that's a reality. So what we did is we had to look at it to see how you could make those lots work and come up with a plan. That's the plan we came up with. So what we came up with was a through street that is a 60-foot right of way that's going to connect Fernwood to the north and Ward Farms to the south. That will be a public right of way, and that will be the only road that the public will own. The other roads interior are all privately held, 37 feet wide, sidewalk on one side with a rolled curb, 26 feet of asphalt, and you can only do parking on one side of the road. So it's fire accessible, all those things that the fire chief wanted and needed. They range, like they said earlier, 4,800 square feet up to, there's a couple that are 12,000 square feet in the corners. There is a hammerhead that's down on the west side. at the time of we came in, the Quail Ponds was just finishing up their last phase. And so ideally it would have been nice to poke through there, but that phase was already done. And I believe that recordation is happening fairly quickly. And so that was not an option. One thing that we did talk about is the city owns a storm drain outfall, which is directly where the detention basin is. It's directly to the south of that. That has a 15-inch pipe that has been stubbed for this property so that the drain can go there and get kicked out. And so it has been planned for. It does not connect to the private storm drain that is on the rear of the property lots the property of Ward Farms that abuts this property. There's a private storm drain that each of those homes drain into that runs down to that and then kicks back out. So
This ties into that or not?
I believe it does drain into that storm drain, yes. And then go back to flooding. So these would all be slab on grade. We're not going to bring any fill like both Fernwood and Ward Farms did. They brought in substantial amount of fill. They brought in anywhere from 4 to 5 feet on some spots, which gave them the basements that they wanted, but it also creates more problems because, as was mentioned earlier, this whole area has been prone to high groundwater and to flooding. And so by doing basements, the likelihood of flooding is going to go far greater. It is. It's just the reality of it. However, I don't believe, and I'm not an engineer, but the water that came off this did not cause the flooding into their basements, because if you go out and look at the edge of this, the south part of that, because it drains from northeast to the southwest, that's kind of where the low spot is in that detention basin. It's built up 4 and 5 feet along that property line. So it's not going to flood into those homes. It's going to hit and drain down to that low spot. And if you look at any aerial map, you'll see where that low spot is. That's why we proposed that detention basin. We also proposed a emergency access along that city-owned 20-foot right-of-way that's paved already, that we would do some sort of like knot box or something that the fire chief or firemen and police would have access for emergency purposes only. Wouldn't be used as a through street. So we understand there are constraints. We talked about going to Fruitland, but I don't think the safety of a hill going up to Fruitland is viable. I think that causes a lot more problems than what it's worth. So we propose doing a sidewalk, curb, gutter, and the full asphalt width along Fruitland to tie that all in with the north and of the south. We will eliminate the trash pile that's there. It's unsightly. There's an underground, I don't know what you want to call it, bunker that's there that would be removed, and all the trash and everything else. That a lot of the problems there is flood irrigation. One of the property owners lets that run year round, and it just keeps flooding and flooding and flooding. And so once we cut that off, I think that will help with that, with the flooding. Also, when you put in sewer, storm drain, and cut through the clay layer and all that, the water naturally follows those lines and dewaters the site. So you'll get a lot of dewatering from that when we do that. I've heard a lot about property values, about the decreased property values, and I just want everyone to know that your property values don't decrease because a smaller lot subdivision comes in. I know it's not wrong, so please allow me to speak. The reason why I say that is because when you do comps on a house, you do comps that are comparable to what you have. And so if you're going to have an 8,000 square foot lot and you compare it to a 10,000 square foot lot, you're going to make adjustments for the lot size and the house size. It's the same thing for a 6,000 square foot lot. You make adjustments for the different sizes and lots. It doesn't bring down the value. And I would venture to say that all of these homes that are in there right now, that no one paid more than 500, or maybe a couple, but I would venture to say not very many. And so these homes aren't quote unquote attainable because I don't think you can reach attainable in North Ogden on a single family detached. You can't. To me, this is a missing middle that is not there because you have homes that are far more expensive and you have townhomes that are a lot less expensive. It's a missing middle that is not existent.
And you're requesting R15 zone. That's kind of our like focus in terms of the first step, right?
Correct.
But you also do have requests to modify the standards within the R15 zone.
Correct.
And can you just speak to that a little bit? Like, do you have a rendition or proposal where we just meet the site development standards for R15? Because I mean, like, for example, you're going to 2 stories instead of a maximum of 1.5, you know, the setback reduction. Just, can you talk to us about the logic behind asking for that as well?
Absolutely. So there are 4 items that we're talking about
Mhm.
that we asked for. Number 1 is the 2 stories, right? So in the ordinance right now, it's 1.5 stories. And that took into account the basement. Again, if you go ground level to where that lot fill is, you've got a 5-foot give, 4-foot give on any of those lots along the property line. If you put a 2-story house on there that's 30 feet high, it will be the equal distance or the equal height as what those homes are now. They're already built up and we're not exceeding them. That's not our point. We're not trying to exceed that height. We're trying to match it. And that's why we asked for that variance. That's number 1. Number 2, setbacks on the rear, instead of 20 feet, we did 15 feet. And then the reason being is you can maximize you can go 50% lot coverage. And so when we plotted a plan on there to do a maximum 50-foot or 50% lot coverage, you'd have to go to 15 feet. Most of the plans are going to be 20 feet, but to give leeway to maximize that depth, that's the reason why we're asking for that. And then the side streets are going to be 15 on a private road versus a 20-foot on a public road.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I'm just, so it sounds like this development is pretty unique in the sense that they're smaller homes. They are on smaller lots, but this whole privately owned, privately maintained, you know, section of the city that is all going to be covered through these homeowner associations, but it doesn't sound like these homes are going to be any more affordable than you. I mean, I think the reasons we would look at, say, like higher density is because we're always searching for this affordable housing thing. But what research have you done? What's the market for these homes?
Quite high. That's the reason why we're proposing it.
Because
Again,
homeowners association fee would have to be pretty high, wouldn't it?
it's actually not as high as one would think. And to talk about that homeowners association, I know that was brought up earlier about how they come back and they want you to take over the roads or to plow and to do all these different things. The state legislature went through a whole process about 3 or 4 years ago, and I think I reference it in that packet that you all have seen about the requirements now that are done on a third party to make sure that there's enough money to maintain, to plow, to do all these types of things that need to be done. And so that study has to be redone every 3 years to make sure that they're in compliance with those reserve funds. So understand that it's new laws, it's not the old laws, to continue with that. The question about the affordability. There's not a lot of homes in North Ogden that are for sale for $500,000. There's quite a few that are 6, 7, even higher than that. And then there's the townhomes that were brought up earlier that are 385 to 400, right? So the attainability isn't really there, but it is the guys moving from the townhome or that want to move up and be a part of a neighborhood, want to be part of an area, or kids want to come home and live close to mom and dad. And that's what we're trying to target. Is that
That's a key point, because we did hear that from some of the public earlier, because these are single family, not townhomes. single
correct?
fam-
It's all single family detached, 2-car garage 20-foot driveways. So you have 4 parking spaces. It's all very similar. If you were to drive through, I think that you would see a lot of similarities to the R18, R17 zoning.
When they have guests, obviously, the narrow roadway, the private roadway with guests, it seems like an issue with this density. I kind of question that.
So we had that same question with the fire chief. We walked through it very distinctly. One side of the street would be painted red with no parking signs. And then one side of the street would be allowed for parking in designated parking stalls for guest parking.
And if people are parked on the street, there's room for like fire truck or whatever
Correct.
to pass.
Correct.
You said 4 cars in the driveway, 2
You-
in the garage.
2 in the garage, 2 in the driveway.
Oh, gotcha. Thank
Correct.
you.
Because it's a 20-foot.
Thank you.
No, sorry.
Yeah.
That, I mean, it just feels like.
That's a standard setback in the city anywhere. So shoehorn or not, it works.
Do we have other questions? Because we are just preliminary at this point.
Yep.
Yeah, I think we're, you guys okay?
Probably should.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for your time.
Because we're exploratory, do you think we should?
How you doing? My name's Sean Green. Oh, sorry.
For you and maybe one
Okay.
more after, if it's something new. And yeah, you
My name's Sean Green. I lived at 1834 North 850 East for about 15 years and saw Ward Farms going in and decided to move. Didn't like it. So I moved a whopping 2 blocks north to 2038 North 850 East, which is the south corner of this property. Having been on both of those properties, the water table is not the same. I used to run my dogs, chase pheasants in Ward Farms, no water. I think I would have to swim through the Atkins property to go through there. Hopefully the development helps the water problem that there is. I am not opposed to them developing it. I know that's got to happen. My thought is keep it the same as what it is. It touches one small corner of R5 that is its own little shoehorn. Everything else is R10, R8. So I would say to you guys to recommend to keep it as that. As far as the property values, when I built my new home, it was a little bigger than some of the homes in the area. And my builder took it over a year to commit to build it because he said I wouldn't have the property value for the home because the comps in the area would be a little less. I didn't care. I love the area. I want to live there. Unlike some of the others, this potentially is my forever home. My kids are basically moved out, and we love the area. Obviously, we moved 2 blocks and don't want to leave. Development's not going to make us leave. But the traffic that will come through there, I'm amazed in our little in Fernwood, the traffic that I already see, which was mentioned, is crazy. I can't believe that for the small amount of homes that is there, the traffic is already, and as that being the north outlet of this subdivision seems, I mean, to limit the people coming through there is the only answer. That's it for me.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm just going to have one more. Thank you.
Mindy Albee in Fernwood Estates. I agree with all the objections tonight against item number 5, the Randall proposal, and item number 7, the Atkinson proposal. Both proposals are way too much density, completely incompatible with the area, illogical and unsafe in traffic design, unfair to existing homeowners, designed with only one thought in mind: to maximize the developer's profits at the expense of the surrounding properties who have invested their lives into the existing good neighborhoods surrounding the parcel. But even if the annexation and zoning were already in place, agenda item number 7, the Atkinson proposal, would still be illegal without variances. Unfortunately, the report your staff has given you about the Atkinson project confusingly misstates the variances requested for the Atkinson parcel and how they affect the project. For example, paragraph 5 on page 2 of the staff report says that the standard height limits are 30 feet. This directly contradicts the table on page 10 of the report, which says the standard height limits are 27 feet. The staff report also says that the proposed house heights are not intended to exceed 30 feet, but the table clearly says that the developer intends to build houses that are 35 feet in height. Because of the misleading staff report and the general interaction of the variances with the other requested approvals, I need to focus on the Atkinson variances for a moment. Variances are not like zoning. A developer requests a variance. A developer requesting a variance is not seeking compatibility with adjoining neighborhood or compliance with city rules. Rather, he or she is seeking permission to ignore the rules that the existing adjoining neighborhoods have already had to obey. Because of that, variances are intentionally hard to get. In addition to all the rules and factors that govern annexations and zonings, every variance must also satisfy at least 5 additional strict requirements. If even one of these requirements is not proved for even one of the 4 variances requested, then the variance cannot be granted and the project cannot proceed. The burden is on the developer to prove all 5 points by professional engineering studies or with other expert evidence showing that the developer cannot comply with the zoning code, even by completely redesigning the project. This project cannot satisfy those variance requirements, and thus the whole project must fall. Here are the 5 requirements straight from the Utah statutes. First, a variance can only be approved if it is necessary to overcome a special, unusual, unavoidable physical characteristic of the parcel. The physical problem with the specific parcel must be so serious that the parcel simply cannot be developed unless the developer is allowed to ignore the law. This requirement is called property hardship. If there is not a property hardship, then the variance just cannot be granted no matter what else is true. Second, a variance cannot be approved unless a normal use of the zoning code prohibits the developer from developing his parcel to a similar degree that other property owners have done or are allowed. If other developers of similar parcels have successfully developed their property without a variance, then a variance cannot be granted, regardless of whatever circumstances, the other circumstances might be. Third, in every case, the city must completely disregard the developer's desire to save money or to make more profit, or to build a particular type or design or scale of project. If it is possible for the developer to comply with the zoning code, then he has to do it. Even if it is more expensive, even if it reduces his profits, even if he overpaid for the land, even if it reduces the number of houses he can sell, even if it requires him to completely redesign his project or build something else entirely. Fourth, the variance must not be self-imposed. If the variance is necessary because of the developer's own decisions, then it is self-imposed and the variance cannot be granted. Fifth, the variance must not be contrary to public interest, must respect the spirit of the zoning code, must not be inconsistent with the general plan, etc. This means that the developer must also overcome various density, traffic, safety, and other objections that the neighborhood has raised about the proposed project. None of the Atkinson proposed variances meets those 5 requirements. The first variance would create lots smaller than the zoning code allows. This variance plainly fails because the subject parcel can easily be developed without an exception to that lot size. For example, the developer can easily increase the lot size, just as all similar developers have successfully done and are required to do. Increasing the lot sizes might affect the cost of the project or the developer's profits, but as already stated, Utah law prohibits a city from considering at all whether complying with the setback law will increase the developer's costs or reduce the developer's profits. The second variance would extend building foundations closer to streets than the zoning code's setback rules allow. This variance also fails because the developer can easily design buildings that do comply with the street setback lines, just as all similar developers have successfully done and have been required to do. The third variance would extend building foundations closer to other lot boundaries than the zoning code's setback rules allow. This variance also fails because the developer can easily design buildings that do comply with the other setback lines, just as all similar developers have successfully done and have had to do. The fourth variance is to build taller houses than the zoning code allows. This variance fails because the developer can easily build houses that do not exceed the height allowed by the zoning code, just as all similar developers have successfully done and are required to do. If the developer desires larger houses, the developer can easily lay out bigger lots with bigger building footprints that do not require more height. Nothing about this property prevents him from making lots big enough for the houses he wants. And as always, the law prohibits the city from giving any weight at all to whether complying with the zoning code's height limit will increase the developer's costs or reduce the developer's profits. Every variance fails. There is nothing special about the property's topography, its soil, its size, its history, its safety, or any other relevant factor that would prevent the developer from building wonderful single-family homes with the same square footage and same density as all the other houses surrounding this development parcel. But there's another fatal problem. All of the variances fail for the additional reason that they are completely self-imposed. Every one of them is caused entirely by the excess density choices, the lot layout choices, the construction cost cutting choices, the unfavorable building mass choices, the inadequate transportation choices, and the other decisions that the developer has. Can I have one more minute? I'm almost done.
We are honestly, I feel
think we
like
got the
you
point.
have absolutely nailed this, and does anyone need more convincing about the variance issue? Cause yeah, like you nailed.
Are you sure? Because I got half a page. Well, then for all these reasons, I request that you reject both of these agenda items. The developers should play by the rules.
Thank you.
You know, we're actually going to cut off public comment.
One thing.
Yes. Quick,
Go to
please.
the East 1900 North. But go to
Podium,
the,
please.
go to the microphone.
Podium, please. Can you come up here, please?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. From where I started, right there, is 15 feet. That is what they're asking for. As I said, 15 feet setback is not appropriate. And the R15 is not appropriate with R10 and R8, which is where I live. And I'm also worried about my land drain because all of that water is going to find someplace. We've already had a flooding event where water ended up in people's basements. And I'm afraid that that water, when their outflow, is going to go right back up my land drain, right into my house.
Thank you, sir.
Did you officially open a public? hearing, or
No,
you were
we
just
didn't,
taking
we didn't
comments? Okay.
actually open an
we
official
don't have to
public
close it.
hearing here,
Got it.
right? So we're just going to go ahead and move on with discussion. So our tasking tonight is it's an annexation request for this parcel of property to be brought into the city. And then we're going to make a recommendation to the city council whether to approve that annexation and also perhaps apply, suggest, we're not going to actually do that tonight, but this is what
Correct. I
we're
was gonna say, we're not-
talking
It
about.
will eventually.
This is what our discussion is going to be about. So, you know, we've had this proposal for a development project, which is not something, it's just I guess, a concept of what could be here if, say, an R15 zoning designation was applied. And so we can kind of have that in our discussion, but understand that our tasking here tonight is not that. Our tasking is, do we want to recommend that this property be annexed into the city? You know, it's an island out there. The other thing is, you know, with everything we've heard, what might be a possible zoning designation?
Would a summary statement be annexation? Anyone here against annexation of this property coming into the?
No.
Okay,
No.
positive there. Would everyone agree that the variance request it seems like we need to fit the existing zoning, fit an existing zone?
Yes,
Would anyone, okay, Scott's got a comment.
Yeah, so variance is a very specific state term. And so that was really well said about the 5 criteria for variance. This would be more, in my opinion, think about it as the ways the developer is proposing that this development may vary through zoning from R15. It's not a variance request. This is in Weber County right now. So there's no formal variance being requested. It's that we would like to come into the city and have this approximate zoning, and this is a way to do it. And it's really no different than, Quail Ponds is a PUD, which is essentially just a development agreement. And those are contracts between the city and the developer. So this could come in as R15 with a development agreement. It could come in as, we've posted public hearing for R15 amendments that they might call like R15 Arrowleaf, but it's not a variance. It's just a,
And that makes sense. I just want to, my personal opinion, and then you guys can add yours, is I do think I've seen these development agreements come that have allowed things like siding and changing like our requirements. I'm not a huge fan of that. I think that we need to match, if we're going to pick a zone comes before us, it should fit the zone as written, is how I feel. So I'll state that and back out and let you guys.
Unless there's some compelling reason
Yes.
to not do that. Now, it is a kind of a unique, strangely positioned.
Yeah, this property is an infill piece, and to get standard size streets in there, it's not really convenient. It's challenging, let's say.
But it's
Not impossible.
It's like the house height, the setback. I mean, it's quite a few things they're asking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not just.
I'm talking more lot,
Like the lot
the
size.
lot size and public streets versus private.
The strangeness of the emergency access, it seems like we're just squeezing. Like, you have to have a special access. I mean, that seemed odd to me.
Trying to think of it.
Steve, will you speak into the microphone?
I'm sorry, I said the of the emergency access was a little bit concerning to me. Why would we have a special road for that? It's only accessed by emergency vehicle. It just feels like we're squeezing. Yeah, it feels like we're squeezing.
And a single street in the middle and all 110s on the two sides of the street.
Yeah.
We need more feedback.
Chad, I see your eyes, Chad. Commissioner Bailey, I see
10.
when his
I think my biggest issue with the whole entire thing is this property has just chosen not to be part of North Ogden City, and then they want to be annexed into North Ogden City and pack it in. It just seems a little, why?
And it's always
Why,
been.
why not contribute to North Ogden City and not be an unincorporated Weber County, and then come and ask to join North Ogden City and say,
But we want some
here's our big plan.
Yeah.
That's,
It-
I think
and
that's
it
the
hasn't been
nuance here that
developed
kind of
because
just,
of all the water issues and.
there's so many things down the line, but it just, the owners have, I would assume there's some benefit to not joining the city, whether it's taxes or whatnot, but they benefit from the streets, they benefit from the access, and now they're ready to join the city to sell and run.
And so
It
there's
just
the-
seems, I think we just need to slow this process down and let's let them join the community and get off the island. I like the table.
would you want to suggest a,
The table, because we're just.
No.
I know.
Yeah, we don't have.
I know.
We're
I
gonna
think
see it next
we've
week.
given him some pretty good.
I s-
Okay.
I
I think,
Yeah, but do we?
I'm good with the
recommend a zone?
yeah.
Well,
let city council do it. They're getting voted to do it.
we need to maybe just provide some feedback on what to bring to us on the 19th.
Okay.
That we will actually have to make a recommendation on.
Okay.
So I think what I'm hearing, and I kind of agree with it, is that why would we allow all these
Variant.
special rules for this piece of?
For someone that's not part of North Ogden City.
Yeah.
When they actually,
So,
they actually feasibly could.
yeah.
They
So,
actually feasibly could build a development there. It'd just be less lots, but it
Yeah.
would be
Yeah.
in conformance. It would have a street and it would, meet all the regular rules and.
could they build a development there without being part of the city? Is my question, right? Like, if they want to play,
Weber County gave them a rezone, they could do that.
okay, if we gave them a reason.
If Weber County.
If Weber County did,
Weber County.
right, that's my question. So,
Yeah, let's annex.
So they could get the same
It's probably.
Yeah.
development. It just wouldn't be annexed in.
I want them in. They've been living,
too.
I want them to be
No.
part of the fold.
I don't want to come off the wrong way here. I want them in. I'm just saying,
There is.
if we make it so difficult, do they have the opportunity to say, all right, fine, we'll build on Weber County land and we'll never be part of North Ogden City and we do whatever the county says we can do. I don't want that to happen. I'm not, am I being a doomsdayer?
I do a lot of work permitting and land use in Weber County. It's not, it's a lot more difficult.
Okay.
I think too, it
That's fair.
should be
That
noted
was the
that we
question.
definitely want to figure this out with you. We just aren't a fan of all of the, what we see here as a zoning variance exhibit. So I think that's kind of our feedback. Okay. But we aren't like gonna be like completely, I know this body, we're not gonna be so unreasonable that we can't make something work. It's just,
Yeah.
this isn't it right now.
And my personal opinion is these projects are coming in aiming high.
Yeah, we're just going to,
The Uyghurs go down a
yeah.
notch, and I'm okay with that. That's a decent strategy. So I say annex. If we want to discuss the R15,
Yeah.
I don't think it's going anywhere, but I think we should annex them, give them some direction. And I do think with the little infill property, that it's one of the few situations where the lovely grass field, you might get a few less mosquitoes and bugs and everything with the development in there.
That's a benefit.
So if we, my understanding, my understanding of
Drinking
the height-
water, there's issues.
that's okay. My understanding of the height requirement there is to not dig a basement. So if we don't dig a basement, we're basically limiting them to an absolute like 1-story flat. Is that correct?
0.5 stories is allowed in the code.
It doesn't, how does that work? How do you get your, you know what I mean?
On a larger lot, though,
Please.
we go higher.
Please let us have our discussion.
Yeah, if it were.
That's my
R110,
question. I'm not fighting, I'm just, I'm
Clarifying.
clarifying this variance, right? Like, then you force them to dig, which produces a basement, which
I
floods.
think that's a fair point, and I would love to see a proposal that does not include basements, and I think that everyone on this commission, I don't think that is so unfair for future
And
homeowners.
and I would say with all of the variance rules, that is the one that I don't think is landowner imposed. That is a fact of the area to repeat the same mistake of flooding in the vicinity. It seems unreasonable. If there's one variance here that is not imposed by the landowner, it is the groundwater.
Yeah.
That's just a good thing about this proposal, I think, is what you guys are noting is the fact that this proposal doesn't have basements. Like, that's a pro. Is that the consensus?
I would say it's a pro and it's something that does check the boxes.
We do eliminate a price point if we move that from R15 to R18 or R110, right? You know that.
It occurs to me that we had a similar type of development that was higher density, no basements, and it was very successful and very popular. And it was that 55 and older community that was where the old sod farm is. And it was like it really had the look and feel of a single family community, home community, but it was I think there's 4 in there,
Yes,
right?
there's
It's
four-
like one
four,
big building and then there's 4 units, but it's one level, it's ground senior living, and it's beautiful, and I think it filled up even before they finished building, so.
Yeah.
By the
If-
golf course.
If there was something like that, I would be more, it's more conducive to like,
That would be
Like-
fourplex, correct?
no, yeah, well, I'm just using that as an example. I'm not going to tell the developer
No,
not to
that's,
build. But in lieu of just saying it can only be, I'm sorry, could we have like some quiet, please? Instead of just saying, oh, it can only be R18 or above or something, I would be open in this unique property that can have no basements to something like that with a higher density. But we would still have, maybe still the look and feel of a
Single family.
single family community. Do you know what I mean? And I know that there is a market for that and a desire for that in our community.
Yeah, I mean, I think the roads, like, I still have an issue with the shoehorn road. Like,
Yeah.
I just think it's all really tight.
Yeah, it
And
is.
I think that needs to be a caveat, like,
It has to have regular width roads.
Somewhere
whatever the
between
proposal comes
maybe.
back as, the
Mhm.
roads have got to fit a little better.
Johnson, will you guys speak into the microphones? It's really hard to hear.
We're sharing one meeting, not doing a good job.
Yep. So yeah, I still think, I agree with what you're saying. I think the groundwater is an issue that is not preventable. But I think that the road situation, when it's looked at, it's just got to be a little bit better. It
Yeah.
can't be so dense.
Right.
The roads can't be so small. That's just going to create problems.
Yeah, I agree. So anything else to add to the feedback for next meeting? Okay. So does that give you what you need for our discussion tonight? Okay. You're welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Do we motion to annex then, or do we just?
No, because that, I think all that he
We'll do
said.
that
was
on the
good.
next.
Next week.
Like a-
Next.
It's more just giving them feedback on this gentleman's proposal. Because we don't want him to go any further with
No,
this
no.
development proposal if it's really not, yeah, yeah.
Yes, it certainly did.
Wait, what?
All right,
Yeah,
so,
right.
so let's go ahead and move along to what was originally item number 6, which is a zone text amendment. And it will be a public hearing, consideration and recommendation regarding a legislative amendment to consider amending North Ogden City Code to define, permit, and regulate cottage kitchens. And the presenter tonight will be Ryan Nunn, the city planner.
Thank you, Commissioner Nancaro. Yes, so this zoning text amendment is an item that was requested by the public to the city council, and the city council gave to staff to research and present. There's been a lot of interest in the city to consider adding the cottage kitchen to our home-based definition and then to our home-based business code. So our city code does not currently have anything regulating it. So that means it's not a permitted use. The state and the Utah Department of Agriculture and Food does have code that regulates it and permits it. So we really would, we really like to have a discussion from the planning commission.
Sorry, can you hold on a second, Ryan? Madam, hey, can you step out in the hall so we can continue our meeting? Thank you.
We would like to have the planning commission discuss what should we include that would allow this use in our residential zones, but that would restrict it so it's not, maybe some restrictions or what other things should be considered so that it doesn't become a nuisance or it doesn't become abused by someone having this cottage kitchen in their home. A few that were brainstormed and provided are having restricted to specific residential zones and residential uses, have offsite deliveries, whether to have offsite deliveries and onsite visits, the hours of operation that they can have, whether signage, including any signage or advertising on their vehicle should be regulated, what permitted vehicle sizes they can use for that business, the storage of food requirements that are more than what the UDAF requires, and then what liabilities for licensing and permitting cottages the city should consider when permitting this. In the staff report, we've linked the state code, Title 4, Chapter 5, Section 501 for the cottage food operations, which provides a couple definitions and its requirements. We also have the City of St. George. They just as one reference in their licensing code that mentioned the area use of the home also included a home kitchen and be permitted by the health department. And then we have proposed definitions, a proposed permitted use line, and then the addition in the development standards of what the cottage kitchen could look like. Staff has no recommendation other than planning commission discuss and provide a recommendation to the city council regarding adding this use and what regulations we would want to have considered.
So Ryan,
Could we self-impose a time limit on this topic?
Yeah.
What, do you
Should
have
be
an
quick.
answer?
No. No, I don't. It's 10 after 10.
question is on this, it seems like I think that the St. George has carved this out really well, but I don't see that in the red text, which I'm assuming are our amendment proposals. So for example, St. George has, okay, it can't, you can't be generating noise, fumes, like just excessive things. The, signage, no signage, needs to be contained inside the home. You can't have, forklifts and semi trucks delivering your goods. I mean, it seems like St. George has done a very good job here. Is there a reason we're not, or are we just copying? My concern is what I'm seeing is very minimalistic, going to cause us seriously ugly eyesores, problems in neighborhoods, but St. George has prevented that. So can we just do what they have here? Does that make sense? Like, is that what the proposal is? Like St. George has a lot of wonderful things carved out already.
I'm not sure where that code is written. Did
So
you read that
the
in
link that you have in there, if you open it, it's got some really good stuff. So for example, no merchandise or goods may be received or delivered to the residential property. This is number 7 for the business except by parcel post letter mail carrier service, blah, blah, blah. But the point is no semi-tractor, trailer truck, forklift. Like it just has some very common sense residential protections. So my proposal here is we use theirs to shape ours, and it seems like a done deal.
Yeah, exactly. That's what.
Is
we'd
that what
like
you're?
you to discuss.
Okay, because the red text would be very inefficient to prevent me from having some wonderful human create some monstrosity next door to me where I live.
So in the home-based business code, there is restrictions to visits already. For home-based business, you're limited to 10 visits a day. For vehicles, you are limited to a truck and a trailer. And then,
Well,
but
only people who live in the residence.
Yeah, that's
can
another
walk into
one.
business.
So
So those are
employees.
already built into our.
Okay, those
home-based
are built in.
business.
What about signage on property?
Built in.
Built
So-
in.
Yep. So the addition here would be, we create it as a permitted use. What residential zones do you want it to be? And then with it being a permitted use, we say, but you must meet Utah Department of Agricultural Food and Utah State Code. And then we just basically, we issue you a business license, and the fire department will review, the Utah State will
What about the
review.
health department?
UDAF,
Are they
the
involved?
health department, because that's all rolled into the state code elements. The parts that we would want to probably control, or if we couldn't, are things like stopping somebody from putting a grease ball down the sewer system. That's been a problem with home-based, like illegitimate
Yeah,
home-based
all
commercial
the
food
grease
operations is grease.
Problem.
And this has come up in the 4 years I've been here, this has come up several times, and most of the proprietors who want to do it, once they realize all the state code regulations, it's not a low bar to clear. Like your commercial hoods and your essentially commercial food production in a home. And I mean, on the face of it, like I have no problem with home-based businesses trying, growing and selling regulated foods out of their home. I think it's great. It's just a matter of how much code do we put into the code versus relying on the other sources that are managing this to take care of it.
It sounds like we don't have a code, but we actually have proprietors out there engaged in this business. Currently.
Well,
Sell sourdough in the corner.
Yeah, I know that, like, there's bread near our house.
I know of an example of somebody who moved from a home-based business to a food truck, and that food truck turned into a brick and mortar store. So I know there are home proprietors doing this.
That's the beautiful thing about this, right? And so, okay, cool. But if everything is protected, I mean, I don't, so anyway, moving forward, I mean, we need to open a public hearing, but it seems like this one, if you guys does anyone have massive objections?
Well, I would just say, so the restrictions we have limits it from going from a cottage kitchen to a commercial kitchen.
Yeah, just because of the home, because it's embedded in the home-based business portion.
Yeah,
it
okay.
Essentially kind of, that's the guardrails that are around it. That, and then similar to home daycares. So we don't have every rule and regulation written for home daycares, but it's held at the state level, and the state says how many square feet you must have per child estimated, in open space and public restrooms and all the things, right? And so we can just say, sure, go forth and do a home daycare, but you must meet this set of rules over here, and we'll refer to them, but not kill our code with
The other-
regulations.
It's always going to come out from me. So the sales tax there's guidelines in the home business that make sure that they collect sales tax and things like that.
There are, it depends on how you run your business. Like if
Well,
it's
it
a
could be wholesale.
Yeah, if
Could
it's a
be-
wholesaler, that's
could be.
different than selling retail, and
Could
then you don't.
be, could be, yeah, I mean, depending on how they're distributing their product, they might be wholesale and retail.
Yep. And we
So-
do have an applicant representative here who
Okay.
she spoke to the city council and then the city council directed us. So I think because you've waited for
Okay.
4 hours now, it's probably worth,
Yeah, so why don't we at this time go ahead and open a public hearing? And since we do have an applicant here.
Right.
give us a minute.
Yes, well, I'm Teresa Kessinger. I do live in North Ogden. I'm not going to get into my whole spiel because time, but basically the state sets forth the guidelines. And if you meet those guidelines, you open your cottage kitchen. They're very strict. Like what you can sell is very limited. It's not hazardous foods. It can't be refrigerated. You can only sell in Utah. Like it's very laid out. They inspect your kitchen, that you have to submit your labels, you have to submit your recipes. It's very laid out. And so like if you meet that, I don't know why there would be any objection from the city, and really nothing else the city needs to do because you're going through the state, and then the city just needs to issue the small business license, basically. I don't know, like if you have any questions about the cottage food kitchen in general, I'm happy to answer them, but I'm not
What
gonna.
about sales tax? What about wholesale versus retail?
So I'm actually meeting with my tax guy tomorrow
Okay.
to figure out this, because I don't exactly understand all of that, if there's like a threshold or how it works, but that, I don't even think that would fall on the city. I think if an operator is trying to operate legally, they're gonna have to meet with
But
the,
it does impact the city because sales tax come back to the city.
well, obviously, but I mean, like, I don't know how the city would enforce. Like, I don't have the answer for that. I'm meeting with my tax person
So
to
your tax
navigate
person will
this.
Probably tell you, you got to get a sales tax license. So when
Right.
you have a sale, then you submit your sales tax in
Right.
the right county, city,
Yep.
et cetera, et cetera.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And,
Okay.
and we do compare our sales tax report to our business licenses to make sure that people have done it appropriately.
But, and it's not a commercial kitchen in a home. Like, the state sets these protocols so that it's not a commercial kitchen, because commercial kitchens significantly hold back what people can do. Like, I can't go open a commercial kitchen. I'm raising a family. Like, that's just not in the cards. This allows me to get my product out there, which I'm not going to get into my whole spiel, but I've got a lot of passion behind what I'm trying to do for our community, beyond just selling baked goods. Okay, well,
Expertly
Tell us what
teased
you
us.
so
Well
yeah,
done.
so my son has food allergies, and we are very health conscious, and we don't do food dyes, and we don't do artificial flavors and colors aside from his food allergies. So he doesn't do dairy and gluten, and he's in elementary school, and he's never able to have what anybody else ever has, even his own parties at school and stuff like that. So my idea is to get like cotton candy, but like clean, that people in the community who also care about what they're feeding their children can provide easily. Party foods and cupcakes, and potentially going down a deeper allergy friendly route for gluten-free and dairy-free.
Sounds cool.
Small batch.
Small, very small. I'm not trying to like,
Amazing.
it's just something that I'm super passionate about. I would even like to get into the schools. If I have a cottage kitchen license, then I can pro bono go sling some cotton candy at the schools and not be loading our kids full of toxins. So that's my drive behind it all. And so if I meet the state's criteria, I hope that you will support me in this.
Yeah, you're trying to do it the
Actually,
right
that
way.
helps to know.
Yes.
Gives us a picture.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
Do you have-
thanks. Patience.
I'm happy
Let's see.
to make a motion to close, but we're just making sure no one else, you're good. I motion that we close the public hearing.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, let's move on to the next item.
Well, this item, so we need to forward a motion. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I guess.
On the, yeah, on the cottage kitchen, okay.
Well, okay.
No, you're good.
Yeah, so I don't know. What are your thoughts? Any?
I think Yeah.
Does someone want to?
I think people
someone
are
wanna make a
doing this
motion?
now.
Really, we're just really adding
I
clarification.
mean, and if we have an ordinance, at least we can enforce it.
Yep.
This gives us the leverage to enforce it
Yep.
on
And all the standards are in place. I'm
non-conformers.
happy.
Love it.
Oh, someone
Um,
needs to.
I do
You need a
know,
motion.
I do know our
We do.
business license official has concerns with a cottage kitchen being permitted. Some of the items to discuss were hers about like signage, liabilities that the city.
Didn't, oh, so with signage though, isn't that covered? Didn't we decide that was covered with our
Our
home
current
business?
code does permit or does not permit signs for a home-based business.
Which is,
Well, they're like little placards, right? Like it's a minimum.
No signs on the property,
that's great.
but
I'm breaking the ordinance, guys.
Cause they can advertise elsewhere.
I'll go remove it out of the grass. What is it with you and John?
So then the second concern you said she has is the, sorry, what was the second part of that? It's late.
oh, it's pretty general, just consider the liability.
Oh, liability.
We
Got it.
license this use and the neighbor has a, I don't know, has a bad reaction, what?
John, do you have concerns about city liability on this?
No.
Okay, then in that case, I motion that we, oh, not, sorry, I move that we recommend that city council does an amendment to the North Ogden City Code 11-7 and 1114 to define, permit, and regulate cottage kitchens.
Yes, I will second that.
Okay, let's take a vote. Commissioner Neighbor,
Yes.
Commissioner Bailey,
Yes.
Commissioner Gardner,
Yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Yes.
Commissioner Watson,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
and I vote yes. So that passes unanimously. That was a great motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Looking forward to seeing what you produce.
Yeah, exciting.
Now, it still has to go to city council.
Yeah.
We're just making a recommendation.
Sorry, I jumped the gun.
Yeah, that's okay. Good luck.
Good catch. Massages.
All right.
Hey,
We go right into.
where's all the public comment now?
Isn't massages pretty quick? Wasn't that everyone's?
Let's,
general-
let's.
I
let's
mean, I don't
move
know.
on. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. Public hearing consideration and recommendation regarding a legislative amendment to consider amending North Ogden City Code, permitting uses in commercial zones to consider regulations for massage establishments, as well as 11-7 definitions to update the definition of massage establishments. And the presenter tonight is Mr. Hess.
Thank you. And I won't make this too long. Our recommendation tonight is actually going to be to table this to a future item. So on the 14th of October, the council enacted a temporary land use regulation, formerly kind of known as a moratorium on new massage businesses, new massage establishments. We've had questions, concerns, or legitimacy of some of the massage establishments that we have in the city. So in looking at ways to help protect our citizens in our city, how do we regulate this in a way that's effective, that we can actually administer the code, administer business licensing, but do it so that we feel confident that these businesses that we're permitting are legitimate uses? We recommended that in the definitions, we have the requirement that all massage therapists, which are required by the state of Utah to be licensed through DOPL, those performing work outlined above must be trained and licensed in accordance with Utah State Code Title 58, Chapter 47B. We could then require that those licenses come in with a business license application so that we're reviewing who the owner is, who all the massage therapists are, that everybody's DOPL licensed. And then in speaking to our business license official, this isn't just a North Ogden problem. This has been a problem in several communities.
Yeah.
And so, Chad, it's late. Stop laughing.
You have no idea how hard.
So there's a significant amount of information being sent out to these business licensing officials, and the state code is likely to change come March. There's some legislation being proposed that will require owners of massage therapy businesses to be licensed themselves. So DOPL licensed in probably the requirements and regulations. So that's one easy piece to do. The other would be maybe thinking about, should these, and this is part of the reason to table it, is should these businesses be required to have open and accessible, like visible glazing on the front of their windows? So no just blackout curtains, no single sign that says massage here with maybe some hours. And then should we require, and I don't know how you do this with a service-oriented business, but how do you require the retail sales of any goods as
Or
related,
products.
you know, to the business. So when you walk into a legitimate spa, and I won't say anything that we have in our city is not a legitimate spa, there's typically products that are for sale. It's an open environment, it's inviting, it's not something that, you know, feels like a dark business that you're going in. And so I think we should create some rules and regulations around that. The concern we have is that you have 6 months in a temporary land use regulation. And I don't want to move this through the process so quickly with planning commission that someone says, you no longer have your moratorium in place. You've already moving this forward. So we're going to come in and apply for a new business license. So we can slow this one down a little bit. We have time. And because it's 10:30 at night, my suggestion would be that we table this item to a future unspecified date meeting. We'll bring back some additional standards and get this taken care of before the moratorium's over.
Okay. So I make a motion that we table legislative item number 8 and not hold the public hearing to discuss.
Actually, I think what we should do is open the public hearing.
Oh.
And then continue that public hearing to, I'm sorry.
No, that's
So
okay.
legally hold the public hearing, and then especially with this group where we allow public comment, we
Mhm.
can just allow public comment if someone comes in.
Because
with
we've
that.
had it.
Yeah.
Okay. So I thought we were tabling the whole thing, but I guess we'll table the decision at the end. So at this time, I'd like to open a public hearing on Zone Text Amendment 2025-6.
Second,
Yeah, I don't know if we only need a vote to close it.
only to.
A motion to close it, but I think we can just open it. Is there anybody online left?
No raised hands. There are 3 people. but
Okay.
No raised hands.
So if anybody would like to make comment at this time, the public hearing is open. Okay, so if we have no raised hands, I would welcome a motion to close the public hearing.
Second. Dang it. Give it to him. Give it to him. I just haven't done anything today. Aye.
We could do it, guys.
Okay, so in light of that, we've held the public hearing, but because we're sort of waiting for more information, we'd like to flesh this out further. I make a motion that we table this discussion and recommendation to a further meeting.
I second that.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Actually, we probably need a voice vote, don't we? No. All right, let's go ahead and move to item number 9, Zone Text Amendment 2025-9, discussion and consideration on a legislative amendment to consider amending North Ogden City Code 11-9 residential and civic codes to add an overlay zone as defined in Utah State Code 10-9-4032, affordable home ownership density bonus for single-family residential units. What are you guys thinking for tonight?
Table this.
I'd say
How urgent is it?
it's not. This is an item that can be tabled to a future meeting as well.
Okay.
Complicated one, so.
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, we get $1 million a year.
Well, so what the current, and I'll just give you a small primer. So the state is required since 1996 in the Land Use Development Management Act of the state, which is all things that guide local zoning and planning, we've been required to put a moderate income housing plan in place. We've been doing it for 2 decades, but a few years ago, the state said, these have no teeth. So in order to make them have teeth, here's a whole list of menu items you must adopt. And if you don't do this, then you could lose your B and C road funding, which
Yeah.
for North Ogden would be over $1 million. Like that would ruin. If you know Bowen, who works for the city, it would be everything Bowen does would be erased immediately. So compliance with that plan is a huge deal, and it's a big burden. It's a huge lift for us and Department of Workforce Services to review the plans. In that, the state was looking at ways to make it easier. One of them is to create an overlay zone. And that doesn't mean that you have to apply it across the city. It's just that you have to make it available. So someone like in the Paulings case could come in and say, I want R15 with your overlay zone. And then all of the rules of the overlay zone automatically apply. And that's moderate income housing, home ownership, lot size, all of these requirements as outlined by the state. And in doing that, in adopting an overlay zone alone, not even in using it, it gives us an automatic green light on approval of our moderate income housing plan, which for the last 2 years has been one of the very few things that is really stressful about working in North Ogden and all communities. And when I get the approval letter from the state, there's like a minor buzz of congratulations to the city that we got it, because it's a huge carrot and stick. So I think that it would make sense for the city to create the new overlay zone and then let the free market come in and figure out how they're wanting to apply it.
It would exist, but we don't necessarily have to apply it.
You would only apply it during an application for a rezone in areas that you suggest forward to the council, it should be applied.
And it would be in conjunction with another zone,
Another
one of our official zones.
And we may actually make a recommendation that, hey, let's apply it in some areas. And because then that's the next thing the state's going to say, well, now you have to apply it. So if we just get ahead of the game and pick areas where, hey, it's already zoned RE20.
Yeah.
A density bonus in that area of 25% isn't going to break the bank. So let's apply it here and things like that.
Okay.
So we'll bring this back. Maybe we'll create an actual zoning ordinance for you to review with that and come back on a night when it's not 10:30.
Okay. This was not an item that you wanted a recommendation to the city council.
No, this was going to be, I thought this would be a nice +1 discussion on the heels of the other zone changes, because they're along the same lines, right? Of
Okay.
let's balance
You're
the
really
housing.
ambitious.
I was.
A nice +1.
Just a nice little extra.
But also understand that when the agenda was set, we've been going on a history of no one showing up, no one freaking out.
Yeah.
And,
It's one of my favorite meetings.
you know, in
Dynamic.
a normal night, this would have been a
You're real gifted.
2.5 hour meeting.
Up right there, Chad.
So,
Yeah, no.
I do,
Okay.
Oh,
So,
sorry.
no, we're good.
We're on,
No chit chat. Let's move on. All right. I know we've got a few people online. Are there any other public comments for items we didn't cover tonight?
no raised hands.
Okay.
All right, did that last one need a motion to table or anything?
I don't think so.
Yeah,
We'll
there
just-
wasn't a decision to be made, so I
No.
think we're okay.
We'll just bring it back based on planning commission comments.
Would it be cleaner if we made a motion?
I don't know, it's just in my notes. It
Yeah.
has it.
Let's do one. that
Yeah,
way.
yeah. I'll make a motion that on item number 9, discussion and consideration regarding the residential and civic zone and to add an overlay zone, that we table that for further discussion at a future meeting.
I second that motion.
That was so fast.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Any other remarks from planning commissioners?
Oh, I do have a quick one. I'll make it so quick. This is just a request, I promise. Sometimes there's this like tug between, okay, there's all these available units for sale or for rent in North Ogden and other communities, and then we have this housing crisis, and then there's public confusion. Is there any training that we could maybe bring in at some point for housing, just to understand really what's going on with the housing market? Like, I don't know if there's a housing authority or something. We do a lot of trainings. We've done UDOT, right? We've done all
want
these
that
things.
too.
But anyway, just that's my only thing. If
That's a great suggestion. We can try to find that. I mean, we struggle with that as well. Entitled units does not a project make, right? Like it requires funding and someone to take it across the finish line. So we have entitled hundreds of units that may never see the light of day or might take a decade to come up out of the ground. So it's very difficult to understand like the demand side versus the entitled side versus what's actually going to be built.
Yeah, and also
very
just what the truth is in terms of housing.
Yeah,
affordability.
yeah. Because we keep like
Right.
building all these
I just keep
affordable housing
thinking.
things.
I just wanted Steve Waldrop's contact information, who's the chair of the Commission on Housing Affordability up at the state legislature. I just wanted I wanted to print it out really large and say, text this guy. Because
you go.
really, the Commission on Housing Affordability is.
I mean, I know him. I call him, see if he
Roll him up,
comes.
see-
Let's do it.
We could
Training.
get him here. Yeah,
Well, because
I bet he'd come.
we could do like a tri-city
guy.
thing with the other
Great
local
guy.
Yeah, he's a
cities.
nice guy. Yeah.
Yeah, if we bring someone in, I was just thinking Harrisville, Pleasant View, but I'm done. Done.
Scott,
That note. Yes.
should we bring up the public meeting we went to the other night?
The WFRC one.
Yes.
If you want to. It's late, so.
No,
or we-
I meant
My voice.
the commissioners can go online and make public comments?
Yeah, that's a good, thank you. I'll send out a link to Wasatch Front Regional Council, who's in the middle of the process of their regional transportation plan development. They would love comments and feedback. Ryan and I, Commissioner Green, Commissioner Gardner, were there, and I know I was like the first one to the maps to
I
mark
went
stuff.
online because that whole doing it in front of everybody is is scary.
Man, I did those for 5 years, and I was the person on the other side, like encouraging people to write comments. So I'm there. I'm gonna write all the stuff down.
I wrote it on the maps.
Yeah, good job. But I'll send out the link and ask if you'll review it, provide comments. It's really helpful.
Okay. Anything else from community and economic development? Mr. Call.
No, nothing, other than we'll probably do some training on public hearings. This is the first one I think most of you in this group have dealt with, and there'll be some things that we can maybe say, like, hey, here's what's in your rules and things that we need to do to just help keep the room. Yeah.
I think everyone got their feet wet tonight, and
Yes.
Point of order.
you know, I decided just to walk right into the flames. I don't know how well it went, but figured I'd just.
Thought it was great. It was all good. Okay, I did,
Motion to adjourn.
I'll second that motion.